What is Eurasia? Is it just a supercontinent with shared history, common culture, and an interconnected economy? We believe Eurasia is about cooperation. The Eurasian cooperation is the key to form a sustainable future through competitive economy, digitalization, circular economy, with new financial hubs and investment strategies, mobilizing human capital and reforging supply chains. That's why the Eurasia Forum Budapest brought back this phenomenon to the global dialogue, to uncover many aspects of economic connectivity and cultural linkages between Europe and Asia, to sharing best practices with high-level keynotes, fireside chats, thematic panels, full of fresh interpretations, the new aspects of sustainability, competitiveness, and international cooperation. 4 years, more than 150 speakers, 21 panel discussions, more than 20,000 participants. The Central Bank of Hungary welcomes you at the 4th Budapest Eurasia Forum.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished speakers, dear audience. It is my utmost pleasure to greet you all at the Budapest Eurasia Forum 2022 Hybrid Conference. My name is Csenge Gabriele Boya, and I am honored to be your host on the second day of this annual event. The Budapest Eurasia Forum is one of the flagship events of the Magyar Nemzeti Bank, the Central Bank of Hungary, as it resonates with MNB's efforts for a strengthened cooperation between Europe and Asia that is based on friendship, solidarity, and mutual trust. Supporting this approach, there are more and more speakers and institutions joining us year after year. This year, we have 48 speakers from 18 different countries and enjoy the support of several partners. We would like to express our gratitude to the BAO Forum for Asia, the official Monetary and Financial Institutions Forum, the Fudan Development Institute, the Shanghai Forum, the European House of Ambrosetti, the Singapore FinTech Festival, the International Institute for Applied Systems Analysis, the Eurasia Business and Economic Society, and the Eurasia Forum in Politics, Economics, and Business. As the world tries to live with COVID-19, we have planned and organized a hybrid event, bringing back some of the personal encounters of European and Asian thinkers to Budapest, the capital of Hungary, in the heart of Central and Eastern Europe. Taking advantage of digital solutions developed during the pandemic, we give participants for whom a personal attendance would not have been feasible the opportunity to join us online. We hope that in this way, the Budapest Eurasia Forum initiative will be able to reach tens of thousands of people across the continent. This year's forum is held under the theme Sustainable Growth and Cooperation, How to Win at the 21st Century, as we aim to examine Eurasian cooperation from a sustainability point of view. The forum's program starts with a high-level opening session yesterday, where senior decision-makers and top professionals shared their visions on international affairs and the importance of the Budapest Eurasia Forum initiative. Continuing with the regular program, we plan for a 2-day event with a fully fledged multidisciplinary program, including 6 thematic panel discussions, recalling the core areas of the forum concept, such as finance, economy, geopolitics, infrastructure, technology, connectivity, multilateral cooperation, and education. Well, yesterday we had panel discussions on finance and geopolitics, infrastructure and technology. Today's sessions will discuss the most current topics of economy, multilateral cooperation, and education. If you missed any of the speeches or you would like to re-watch our sessions of yesterday, I would like to encourage you all to visit the Budapest Eurasia Forum website in the upcoming days, as all sessions will be available online soon. It is my great pleasure to announce a keynote conversation as our opening session before our thematic panel discussions. We are going to hear a very inspiring pre-recorded discussion between Mr. Barnabás VIRÁG, Deputy Governor of the Magyar Nemzeti Bank, the Central Bank of Hungary, and Jeffrey SACHS, Director, Center for Sustainable Development, Columbia University.
morning to everyone. I'm Barnabás, VIRÁG, Deputy Governor in the Central Bank of Hungary. We are living in extraordinary times. We had the pandemic, we have a terrible war, a transition to the G2 world, we have energy crisis here in Europe, and we have the climate change. There are many questions on the table. To find the right answers, we invited a distinguished guest, Professor Jeffrey SACHS. Professor, good morning.
Good to be with you. Thank you very much.
So let me introduce briefly the professor. Professor Jeffrey SACHS is Director of the Center for Sustainable Development at the Columbia University. He's a well-known economist, widely recognized for his proposals to cope with complex challenges like climate change, poverty, debt crisis, and the COVID-19 pandemic. Let's jump into the details. Professor, in your latest book, The Age of Globalization, published at the time of the first wave of the pandemic, you take stock of examples in history when mankind had to adapt to large-scale changes in geopolitics, technology, or institutions. What do you think? Have we managed to tackle the recent global challenge to the pandemic? What kind of structural developments have been achieved, if any?
Well, thank you for this conversation. You know, it's pretty clear to everybody we're in a mess and we're not handling it very well. We have, as you say, a growing ecological crisis. We're really in the midst of climate calamity all over the world. It's disrupting daily lives, it's disrupting the economy, and it's going to get worse. We're in the midst of geopolitical crisis. The war in Ukraine is a geopolitical war. It's not a war between Russia and Ukraine per se. It's really a proxy war between Russia and the United States. Even the recent victories of the Ukrainian military in the last few days have been attributed to the U.S. intelligence and U.S. cooperation. So this is really a NATO war versus Russia. But we have a similar crisis in East Asia, and it's getting worse. The U.S. is maybe even provoking a war in East Asia. But one could also say the U.S. is fighting a technology war with China. Just today, there are announcements that the U.S. is going to comprehensively ban the sale of, or attempt to ban the sale of advanced semiconductor chips to China. This is out and out to try to break the Chinese economy or to slow it decisively. But we have other kinds of crises as well. We're in the midst of massive technology disruption in the digital age. And I would say for all of it, there's very little global cooperation right now, certainly not the kind of multilateral worldwide cooperation. There are blocks of countries. Since I'm from the United States, I watch my own government carefully. The U.S. is trying to lead a block of countries against other countries. To my mind, it's the wrong mindset. It's dangerous, it's provocative, and it doesn't solve problems because most of our problems are not about blocks or alliances. They're about global scale challenges like climate change. So the United States and China should be cooperating, not fighting with each other. We should be cooperating with Russia, not in a war with Russia that is destructive on its own and dangerous because of risks of escalation. So I'm not very happy with how things are going. And I think that what we saw with the pandemic, another complicated subject, 17 million dead by modeled estimates, if you count not only the confirmed deaths, but what we could estimate as the excess deaths from this pandemic. That's a lot of deaths around the world, a lot of suffering, and our governments did not work together to reduce that. So all in all, Governor, it's not a pretty scene.
Yeah, very clear messages. So let's talk about the nature of the current decade. Climate change and sustainable development have already been on the agenda for a while. However, multiple crises have emerged most recently, like energy and food crises and high geopolitical tensions, which might put sustainability in a new perspective. How could we achieve parallel goals like green transformation and stable energy supply?
You're right that the environmental crisis has been with us in a growing way for really at least a half century. It's a half century this year that governments met in Stockholm at the first UN conference on environment and economy. It was the first time that governments said, we have a kind of collision course. Economic expansion puts threats to the environment, whether it's pollution or depletion of resources or destruction of biodiversity or climate change. So that was 50 years ago. 30 years ago, we met in Rio at the Earth Summit and set three big treaties, one on climate change, one on biodiversity, one on protecting dryland regions of the world. And we implemented none of them. So we set three big treaties 30 years ago, but have failed to implement them. Then a decade ago, we met again in Rio and said, you know, this isn't working. So there was an attempt to reinforce the attention to the environmental crisis, and that resulted in two big things. One, the Paris Agreement, and the second, the Sustainable Development Goals. Those were both adopted at the end of 2015. So where are we? Well, we're in war, in conflict, in pandemic. In other words, we're not implementing this environmental agenda. I would say Europe is the only place that is taking at least half steps to do it with the European Green Deal. And I commend the European 27 for having at least a program of action. But globally, we're not having the kind of cooperation that we need. Some steps are being taken, of course, more installations of wind and solar. There's a more move to electric vehicles. These are good things. But boy, given the time dimension, the threats that we face, the fact that climate change used to be talked about in my youth, used to be talked about as something about the future, but now we're really in the middle of it. It used to be talked about something that hit poor countries, which it does, but it's hitting the rich countries as well. Europe is absolutely in a mega drought right now. China is in a mega drought. It's hitting the macro economy. It's hitting the electricity supply, massive forest fires, you name it. You'd think we'd be able to do something more about it. But everywhere, there are two kinds of vested interests. One is the existing fossil fuel industry, which built the modern economy, but which has to change, but it's resisting change. And the second big shock is changing geopolitics. Because when all of this agenda started, you know, the United States, that was it, or we were in a Cold War, East and West. But then the United States said, okay, we're the only country that counts. You know, we're the unipolar world. And then came China. And what's happening right now is really kind of a crisis in the United States to start with, because the U.S. is absolutely almost neurotic, I would say, about China. You know, how dare China come into the scene? We're supposed to be the only superpower in the world. So the U.S. is having a really bad time cooperating. It's trying to maintain its global hold on power. But the world is trying and needs to be a multipolar world where we're actually talking with other parts of the world, cooperating, and even, dare I say, compromising with other parts of the world. So what we should be having right now is a true multilateral cooperation across major regions, say the United States, Latin America, African Union, European Union, Russia, India, China, but we're not. We're in the middle of tension and conflict and disarray, and that's the big problem, because the changes that we need to make a new energy system, for example, that's a complicated process. That requires planning, finance, and a long time horizon. But when you're in a crisis, the time horizon is very short. The propaganda is very high. The attempt to weaken the opponent rather than cooperate with the opponent is very high. So we have a mismatch of our real agenda, which I think is pretty straightforward. I call it sustainable development. The world calls it sustainable development. It means decent lives for all parts of the world and taking care of the environmental crisis. We have a contradiction between that agenda and, I would say, the geopolitical agenda, which is who's first, who's on top, who's more powerful, who gets to call the shots, which is not very interesting to me, but is very interesting if you're the policymakers in the United States, it seems, because they want to call the shots.
Yeah, linked to those factors you mentioned in your answers, I think also the potential future of globalization is on the table. So how do you see the recent trends in which the key players like the US, the EU, and China strive to ease their vulnerability arising from global supply chains and try to reshore critical activities like chip manufacturing? What are the likely consequences? And as a central banker, I'm also interested in consequences for inflation.
Well, you know, the attempt right now is to say we don't want to rely on anyone else. So it's the opposite of the global division of labor. We said 30 years ago, if we're interconnected, different parts of the world will have different parts of the global supply chain. We'll have a borderless world economy. We can buy and sell from different places and gain the advantages of increases of knowledge in one place, or greater scope of the market and greater specialization. I believe in those ideas that an integrated world economy is a good thing. But that's not the flavor of the month right now. The flavor of the month in the United States is, oh, we can't depend on China. And of course, China says we can't depend on the United States. They're trying to stop us from prosperity, which, by the way, is interesting because China's living standards are still far behind those of the U.S. and Europe. But because China is a big country, the United States says, it's enough. You can't, we don't want you to have more development. We don't want you to have more success. And so it's trying to stop China's rise. And China's looking at this and saying, can you believe it? We're not allowed to attempt the same level of prosperity as Europe and the United States. What kind of world is that? So in this world, different countries are talking about, as you say, reshoring, stopping their dependence on other countries. It's, of course, tying up supply chains. It's stranding a lot of assets. It is leading to more risk of outright conflict and to actual conflict. One of the U.S. ideas about the war with Russia is, well, we're going to starve Russia of semiconductor chips. We're going to starve Russia of the technology that it needs to be able to fight. I don't think that's actually how it's going to play out, but that is the American idea. So suddenly, over the last 10 years, we're in a very different world. The United States championed globalization. Now it champions protect yourself, protect your own, and attack the other side. All of this, to my mind, is damaging economically and risky geopolitically. So I'm not happy about it at all. From the point of view of central bankers such as yourself, we're back in a way to the stagflation of 40 years ago. The supply side is getting all bollocksed up. We're really hitting all kinds of supply constraints, whether it's from the war or the sanctions regime or interruptions in the trading system or the pandemic. So the supply side has been hard hit. And at the same time, especially the ECB and the Fed expanded the money supply a lot, starting with the pandemic, to say we won't have a financial crisis, we'll flood the market with liquidity. So the result is a lot of liquidity expansion, really since March 2020, an enormous amount, and a constrained or even damaged supply side. And that leads to rising prices and stagnation or falling output. Of course, Europe is in a special bind right now because in this war, which is a war of Russia against Europe and the United States, it's really a NATO-Russia war. Russia's turned off the gas pipeline to Europe. It's a war measure. But at the same time, the NATO side was trying to crush Russia, crush the Russian economy, and against Russia's security considerations to expand NATO to Ukraine and to Georgia, which, if you look at a map, is not very congenial for Russia's security perspective. So all in all, we've really hit the supply side hard, especially in Europe. This is going to be a very difficult period. I think a period of outright contraction of the European economy, a period of euro inflation. And that's what you get when you hammer the supply side and expand liquidity at the same time. You get stagflation. It's actually where I came into economics 42 years ago when I joined the Harvard University faculty. My first book was called The Economics of Worldwide Stagflation, because we had hit the supply side in the 1970s with the oil embargoes and the liquidity side with massive money supply increases upon the collapse of the Bretton Woods system. So we had the stagflation then. 40 years later, we have it again.
Yeah. So tough times, there are no low-hanging fruits. So we need still the cooperation to find the proper solution.
The low-hanging fruit is to negotiate an end to this war and to stop the geopolitical tension between the U.S. and China. The world would breathe a sigh of relief, and we could actually get back to business.
Yeah, it's pretty clear. So, Professor, we are getting to end of our time, so I would like to thank the conversation we have. I think we got very clear answer, very clear guidelines for the future. And of course, I would like to thank the attention of our audience. Thank you very much.
Great to be with you. Thank you.
Mr. VIRÁG and Mr. SACHS, thank you very much for that interesting discussion. But now it is time to move on to our first panel of today, which happens to focus on economy.
The growing markets of Eurasia offer huge opportunities for companies, so it's time to uncover how these benefits can be reaped. Facing many new challenges like transformation of supply chains, businesses need to find the best strategies to win market shares and participate in key projects in the supercontinent. The two main questions: what is the key to successful export and investment strategies in fast-growing Eurasia? And how can sellers attract the new generations of Eurasian consumers, and which industries will drive future growth?
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to greet Mr. Gergely BAKSAY, the Executive Director of MNB, who will be the moderator of the Fireside chat before the panel discussion. Mr. BAKSAY is responsible for the economic analysis and competitiveness at MNB, and he was awarded the Popovich Prize by the Central Bank in 2020.
Good morning.
Good morning. Mr. BAKSAY, welcome. What do you think are the most important factors of success when it comes to foreign markets, and do you think our speakers will uncover these?
My answer is short and simple. The most important factor is competitiveness. What is needed for competitiveness that is more complex? Of course, you need a great product or services. You need advanced technologies. You need a highly skilled and motivated labor force, and also good export strategies. But I think we will learn much more about this topic during this fireside chat, where my partner will be a seasoned expert on foreign trade developments.
Fantastic, thank you. Good luck with your trot.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, Dr. Patrick Lau from Hong Kong, or good afternoon, if it is more appropriate in Hong Kong.
Good morning, Gergely. I understand it's morning in your time.
Good morning. Let me shortly introduce you to the audience. Dr. Patrick Lau is Deputy Executive Director of the Hong Kong Trade Development Council, where you facilitate deals for Hong Kong businesses and oversee the Council's 50 offices worldwide, including Budapest. I warmly welcome you at this conference.
Thank you so much, Gergely. Thank you for the invitation. It's my honor to be at this conference, and I look forward to next time participating in person. I'm joining you live from Hong Kong today.
My first question is a rather generic one. We are definitely in a turbulent period of the world economy. How would you summarize the current trends? Which will be most decisive in the longer term?
You definitely use the right word, turbulent, Gergely. I think sometimes I use the word treacherous. I think the economy this year in particular has started from a weakened economy globally from the pandemic. All the wrong things that we believe could have happened had already happened, including, of course, the Ukraine conflict and the inflation. We are also talking about food and energy crisis. And in particular, all these problems or bad outcomes have been protracted. We have also seen that this has led to the central banks globally that reacting to this in a hawkish manner. This hawkishness, of course, is very unusual for the market to accept, because the market has been quite used to quantitative easing. You can see the market is getting very jittery, particularly with the Federal Reserve actions. And this interest rate hike had also led to currency issues. So all in all, it's a difficult operating environment for companies globally. What we can see is that perhaps if for a recovery, you should have more collaboration, you should have more globalization effectively to produce that productivity and growth. This is usually what is required for recovery. But instead, of course, this year, which has been lingering for a few years now, the geopolitical tensions are preventing that. And so short of a turnaround in terms of some of the bad outcomes that I mentioned earlier, perhaps the way out, perhaps, Gergely, I think you know even more from a central bank's perspective, but I think the continuation of the quantitative easing may be the way out for us, unfortunately, and hopefully that could provide some respite for the global economy. And that when that will happen, nobody knows, because even until today we are still worried about what will be the next action of the Federal Reserve, what will be the next rate hike. But I think the other important message that I want to lay across is that over this period of time, even over the past couple of decades, we are seeing a mega trend of China rise. The China story, the China growth story has been so successful. That is still only the beginning. I think that will continue. So the China growth opportunity is still the bright spot amongst this difficult environment that we are operating in.
Thank you, Patrick. So the challenges are enormous. But against such headwinds, I'm curious how enterprises can still benefit from the opportunities available in Asia, especially in China and the Greater Bay Area.
Yes. Well, China is a huge economy. It's already the largest trading volume amongst all the nations of the world for many years already. But beyond that, we're talking about a 1.4 billion population and a GDP of about 18 trillion USD. So obviously a huge opportunity. So this is the growth engine of the world. You mentioned the Greater Bay Area. This is the 9+2 cities, Hong Kong included, in the southern part of China. I would actually categorize this as the brightest of the bright spots that we have in the economy currently. This Greater Bay Area is the growth engine of China itself. The reason for that is in this 9+2 cities, we are talking about a population of only 86 million, but these are affluent young population that we have. We are already looking at a GDP of around sort of 2 trillion in the Greater Bay Area alone. A huge amount of growth potential. And more importantly, it has the national government support from China. And this support is ongoing. There are more and more policies coming to support the growth of GBA, as we call it. And so this virtually promised this initiative, this development area, to be a success. We are also talking about a very mature value chain in this economy. As I mentioned, Hong Kong is part of it. We also have Shenzhen and then the Guangdong province. There's a complete manufacturing value chain in the Greater Bay Area. It has full industry which can really get to the next level. But the most important, as I mentioned earlier, is this Greater Bay Area is a bridgehead to the rest of mainland China. And similarly, it's also a bridgehead from mainland China to the rest of the world through the Greater Bay Area. So as you can see, this Greater Bay Area itself has a lot of opportunities for international businesses to really look seriously at.
That's clear. Let's focus on recent and current policies in China. What are the newest policies and initiatives under the 14th five-year plan of China to encourage dual circulation and its external loop?
You mentioned the keyword already, the dual circulation. This is the key. I think the 14th five-year plan is going to last at least the next 5 years, and it actually gives the long-term direction of China policy. We all know the importance of the policy in driving the industry and commerce in China. We are particularly excited here in Hong Kong. We feel the excitement strongly of this dual circulation because we are talking about an economy in many of the countries where countries are becoming protectionist. But on the other hand, the dual circulation, the 14th five-year plan that Gergely you mentioned, this is an open and reform-based policy. And it includes both the internal circulation as well as external circulation. The internal circulation means China is opening up its internal market, the domestic market of the 1.4 billion population, to international players to come in, to supply your goods, to supply your services, to bring your high quality development to China for a fee, of course. You're welcome to earn and profit from this. And so this is an exciting loop, as well as the external loop, which will continue. Despite all the difficulties, all the geopolitical tensions, China as a trading partner, China as an exporter of goods at a high quality, at a reasonable price, is still virtually guaranteed. This status is continuing, and this will ensure, in fact, the growth of the entire region. So both the internal and external loop of this dual circulation will generate many opportunities for businesses for years to come. And I might also add one more thing. In the 14th five-year plan, it has particularly specified sustainability as also part of the plan. China has specified what we call in Chinese the 双碳 mobile or double carbon target. The first is the carbon peak in 2030, and then a net carbon emission by 2060. And this is huge, that transition economy that internationally everyone can contribute and can participate will be huge. And there's still a lot of urban development in China which can benefit from this sustainability elements as well. I'm glad that in this conference we have the chance to discuss this, because this is really a huge opportunity for businesses worldwide.
Okay, let's continue with Hong Kong. Hong Kong is traditionally a center for international trade. But what kind of measures are taken to ensure that the city remains a highly competitive hub for foreign trade and investments? And I also mean the best practices of the Hong Kong Trade Development Center, where you are a manager.
Thank you for mentioning Hong Kong. We, as I said, are very pleased that we are at the center of the action. Just now we mentioned the 14th five-year plan, we mentioned the growth opportunity in China. In fact, it's not just China, it's the rise of Asia. We are in the middle of Asia being that connector. So Hong Kong is, of course, well known to be the international financial center and international trade and logistics center in the region. I just quote you a number that I remember by heart. 5.4 trillion USD is the market capitalization in the Hong Kong securities market at the end of last year. This is, obviously, the capital market is one of the tools that we encourage all the overseas businesses to use in Hong Kong. And it's also a signal that the international business community is using Hong Kong to access the rest of the market, because this number is far larger than the Hong Kong's GDP. The Hong Kong GDP is only at around sort of 360 billion. And another number that could be useful is 4.5 trillion USD of asset under management. This again shows the confidence that business owners are willing to put their capital in Hong Kong to be deployed in the region, because again, Hong Kong itself is much less than this amount. So at the Hong Kong Trade Development Council, of course, we are big into our trade events and conferences, and we have continued to see growth in the participation. So this is exciting because we know that people continue to want to use Hong Kong to talk about issues, to present thought leadership to the world. And in addition, we are very excited. We have the GBA initiative. So we have also launched a platform we call Go GBA to help Hong Kong services. And we also have an initiative in arranging tripartite deal making for parties to benefit from the Hong Kong ecosystem. So I think all in all, I want to summarize that Hong Kong welcomes international businesses, as always, to use Hong Kong's ecosystem. We don't need you to, of course, relocate to Hong Kong. You actually just need to use a lot of the platforms that we already have in Hong Kong, like our financial system, like our trading hub status, like our trade events, to do your business and to generate a win-win outcome for everyone.
Okay. On the other hand, there are many Chinese businesses aiming to do business along the Belt and Road corridor, and especially in Europe, maybe in Hungary. Have their activities grown and upgraded recently? How and in one respect?
A very good question. The Belt and Road initiative is something deep in my heart. For me, the Belt and Road concept is a historical one. This is a historical route that for thousands of years, the people have been trading and have been working together along the Belt and Road. And that means there is something special about the community within the Belt and Road, including, of course, Asia and Europe. And Hungary, of course, is very much part of this Eurasia path. And the Belt and Road concept is about collaboration. It's about bringing investment into areas where they still require development. We recently in Hong Kong here, we hosted our 7th edition of the Belt and Road Summit. And then this has gathered, this year we are very happy because we gathered about 19,000 business leaders in this summit from more than 80 countries and regions. And this is a testament that business people are still very interested in the Belt and Road initiative. They are able to bring them the development opportunities. During this summit, I actually interviewed Muhammad Alaba, His Excellency from Dubai. He's the founder of MR Property. And I asked him about the Belt and Road initiative. And I thought something that is very interesting from him to say is that from his perspective, the Belt and Road initiative is an uplift of everyone along the Belt and Road. Because, regardless, some countries may have been starting from a higher position, but it's still an uplift to a greater position because of the trade and the investment that will be brought to them. And this uplift is across the board. So it's a win-win proposition. So we encourage Hungarian and European businesses to embrace the Belt and Road as a means to improve the connectivity, the collaboration amongst all these Belt and Road regions. And I might add one more thing, which is in our Belt and Road Summit, we have seen 280 projects being brought by our participants to the Belt and Road Summit, wanting to find either investors or business partners. And the summit itself also helped to arrange more than 800 one-to-one matching meetings. It's very encouraging because all these projects are meaningful. They bring either a new technology, new hospital, new e-sport concepts, new high-quality development to another region. And it's a sharing of that knowledge and development that is in the Belt and Road. And Hong Kong, of course, in the middle of all this, are happy to connect everyone and are happy to help everyone unleash this opportunity.
So thank you very much, Patrick. We have less than 1 minute left. My last question would have been that what is your advice for entrepreneurs who would like to enter the markets of the Greater Bay Area? But you already more or less covered this topic, aren't you? So
definitely. I think one additional thing I might add is to come to see the Greater Bay Area in person. Much like I also looking forward to come to Hungary as soon as and we want to have more of this exchange. And I'm sure people seeing it by themselves, knowing the opportunities, they will be able to seize the opportunity.
Yes, thank you. So we are running out of time. But Patrick, thank you very much for your time, the discussion, and your valuable insights about foreign trade opportunities in Eurasia. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ade.
For leading this inspiring discussion. Now we're ending the fireside chat and moving to the panel discussion, where the panelists will discuss how businesses can gain ground in 21st century Eurasian markets. Joining me on stage is the moderator of the first session, Mr. Luca, the CEO of the European House of Ambrosetti, one of the most influential private think tanks globally. Mr. Miraya also leads the cross-border practice, where he has assisted over 500 enterprises from 16 countries in the world and several governmental organizations. Among other things, he was consultant to the United Nations within the National Export Strategy, a program funded by the European Union.
Good morning, Chenge.
Welcome.
Good morning, everyone.
It is a pleasure to have you here. So a quick question for you. As a business consultant, what would be your advice to a company which plans to enter foreign markets in Asia right now?
Well, Chenge, right now, what I would suggest a company is basically to be ready to change its strategy before even have one. And don't get me wrong, I'm not trying not to answer your question, but the point is business-relevant variables are so many, so challenging, so changing, that we need to keep able to keep adjusting, remodeling our plans, and generating new scenarios. If I may add something on the entering Asia, well, I don't think most of the European companies today can afford the luxury of just entering the Asian market. And if this means exporting goods that are not produced in the destination market and that everybody wants, I strongly believe we need to build businesses and develop them from within the markets. And we need to do it through a full knowledge and understanding of what are the environment we operate in and what consumer really wants. And finally, on Asia, I truly love the idea of Eurasia, and I'm a believer of a whole unique continent. When it comes to market, though, I see China, I see South Korea, I see Japan, ASEAN, CIS, not to mention India.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm sure we're going to dig deeper into this topic. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning again. Jó reggelt mindenkinek. Well, thank you. Actually, you don't have, to thank me, but the people that, spent the last 3 days teaching me just these 2 words. Success in uncharted waters. How can businesses gain ground in 21st century markets? Well, waters are often uncharted, but they're also pretty tough in our case. And only a few minutes ago, Professor SACHS was using different term, that we are in a mess. So this is basically the reason we have so many questions to ask our distinguished guests. And with no more talks, I would ask the first panelist to join me on stage. The first expert joining me is Mr. Adam Banai, Executive Director of Monetary Policy Instruments and Foreign Reserve Management at the Central Bank of Hungary, where he regularly monitors policies and capital flows regarding markets in Eurasia. He's also an associate professor at John von Neumann University and member of several boards, such as the Financial Stability Board in Hungary, the Supervisory Board at Keller CCP, the Advisory Board of the Europe Institute of Real Estate Finance and Management at ESCP, where he's also guest lecturer. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Banai. Hello, welcome. The second panelist will intervene through the Eurasia platform, and more specifically from Lausanne, Switzerland. Joining us is Mr. Arturo BRIS, Professor of Finance at IMD, where he also leads a center that published the most influential composite index, the World Competitiveness Ranking. He's a member of a number of boards of committees like the Strategic Committee of Debut Farm Investment and International Advisory Council of the Wealth Management Institute in Singapore, just to name a few of them. His works and articles have been widely published in the most prestigious academic journals and international publications. Joining me welcoming Mr. BRIS. Welcome to the Eurasia Forum, Mr. BRIS.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Nice to speak to you.
Third panelist is here with us, is Mr. Jean Ma, Head of China Research at the International Institute for Finance, IIF, in which capacity he maintains regular contact with Chinese policymakers. Prior to IIF, Mr. Ma was the Director of China Economics and Strategy at Tudor Investment, Managing Director and China Economist at ISI Group, and President and Chief Economist of the CEBM Group. Mr. Ma, welcome. Thank you very much. Well, to be hybridly correct, the fourth and last panelist will join us in video, and he's going to do that from Beijing, China. Mr. Huiyao Wang is founder and president of Center for China and Globalization, an influential non-governmental think tank. In 2015, Mr. Wang was appointed as Counselor of the State Council of China, and in addition, he is Vice Chairman of the China Association for International Economic Cooperation under the Ministry of Commerce, Director of Chinese People Institute for Foreign Affairs and Dean of Institute of Development Studies of Southwestern University of Finance and Economics of China. Mr. Wang sits in a number of steering committee and advisory boards, and he authored several books. Last one published this year is The Ebb and Flow of Globalization. Mr. Wang, welcome to the Eurasia Forum.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, thank you and welcome everyone. Well, I think that when we have to tackle a challenging situation, there is a couple of things we all do. First of all, we take a long and deep breath, and the second one is we try to simplify things, and then we progressively re-add elements in a way to solve it in an effective way. Composite indexes are actually meant to simplify complex measurement constructs, so to make life of policymakers and decision makers easier. So, Mr. BRIS, your institution, the IMD World Competitiveness Center, prepares annual competitiveness ranking where countries like Denmark, Switzerland, Singapore, and Sweden are regularly on the top. And I would say that these are not the largest economy in the world. What makes these economies so competitive in your understanding?
And it's a very, very important question to begin. Let me just say briefly that very often competitiveness is misunderstood as a concept, because it doesn't refer to the ability of a nation to compete in foreign markets. It refers to the ability of a country to generate prosperity for its people. And this has been agreed for already a few decades that this should be the objective of public policies and economic policies. What makes a country competitive? As you will say, in the top 5 positions of our rankings in 2022, you have small economies. It's not necessarily the case, but I think small economies actually represent very well what success means. And I will mention four important ingredients for an economy to be competitive. First, you need to have an efficient public sector that promote good regulation with good values and generating a productive economy. Second, you need innovative, effective, productive private sector. That is, good companies that innovate and that create jobs. This third needs to be supported by good infrastructure. And for us, infrastructure refers to quality of roads and highways, but also the quality of the education system, which is the intangible infrastructure of the country, and the health system and the scientific infrastructure, for example. And then the fourth parameter that for us is very important is that all of these three, and particularly the public and the private sector, they need to work in a good communion or collaboration. They need to navigate this narrow corridor of competitiveness, as we call it as well, where they support and help each other. And in that regard, going back to your initial point, this is what a country like Denmark or a country like Singapore or Switzerland show. These are 3 countries in which public policy is there to support business, but where business is always, in direct conversation with the public sector to make things work. And essentially, that's why small economies work better. In a large economy like the United States, like Germany, achieving this kind of social consensus is going to be very difficult.
So it's basically competitiveness of country, but in a way also attractiveness of country.
Correct.
Right.
Correct.
And when it comes to competitiveness, well, of course, mainland China has significantly increased its competitiveness over the last decades. And Mr. Ma, as a senior China researcher, what do you think is the newest factor behind this process? And what can be the biggest challenge for China to stay on this track going forward?
Yeah, thank you. I'd like to take one step back and look at the change over the past 3 decades. The China's economy and the driver behind this economy evolved very quickly. In the 1990s, it was driven by the growing private enterprises. In the 2000s, it was driven by global trade. Entering WTO in 2001 basically changed global trade landscape completely. Then after 2008, it was infrastructure build up, right, as a stimulus after global financial crisis. But along the way, mistakes made and access were built, such as overcapacity in the industrial capacity, high debt leverage, and real estate bubble. Then in the past few years, there are other challenges, such as the 25% tariff imposed by the United States in 2019, then COVID, and right now, and so growth slowed down a lot. And in the longer run, there are also longer run challenges, such as you have to reduce the carbon emission. The population is aging very quickly. So what can China do? So China has to have no choice. It has to change the model and the growth engine. And there's only one way forward. Okay, there's only one way out. That I have to build an economy that is more technology savvy, knowledge intensive, and greener economy and high value added. I'll give you one example. In the past 5 years, okay, the working age population in China decreased by 40 million people. Okay, so what is 40 million people? For comparison, give you some number. The population of Canada or Poland is 37 million. Okay, Australia is 25, Hungary 10. So basically, if a population of whole Canada just disappeared in 5 years from China's working age population, that's of people from 20 to 64. So what can China do? In last year, half of the world's industrial robots were installed in China. Okay, the number of industrial robots were growing at about 40% year over year in China right now. So there are some. So how can China be successful to have such a transition? We have to see in the longer term, but right now there's hopeful. For example, we are seeing China have already produced very competitive internet-based technology companies like Alibaba, Tencent, and TikTok. Well, TikTok looks very simple, right? People don't understand why TikTok is so successful. It looks very simple, just 20-second video clips. Behind the 20-second video clip, there's very sophisticated artificial intelligence calculation to calculate what to show you. And China also became quite competitive in green technology like batteries, EVs, wind, solar, also telecom. So that will change completely how China and the world would trade and invest going forward.
Right. And I do like the TikTok example because it's an example of a platform that is built around a different culture that they usually use, that is the Western culture. TikTok use ideograms, consider the attention span of Eastern consumer, and the capacity of reading messages and watching video and listening at the same time, something that in our culture is not possible. Very interesting. Mr. Banai, as a top central bank executive, you also monitor the impact of the Chinese economy policy on the world economy. How do you think current policy in China are influencing the competitiveness of other regions?
Yeah, thank you. So first, I think we have some short-term effects, and this is mainly because of the zero COVID policy of China, which can change in time, and it has always a very abrupt effect on the whole global economy. So what we see is that if the Chinese economy starts to work on full capacity without any restriction due to COVID, it will have a stabilizing effect on the whole real economy, not just in China, but in other regions. So I think it's a very important short-term effect. On a longer horizon, also there is an effect of pandemic, since all the companies active in China or Chinese companies had to kind of rethink their supply chain strategy. They had to make some diversification, or they are in the middle of this process. So from this perspective, those other regions who has active connection with these companies can be winners of this change of supply chain, because they can have actual FDI at the end, and workplaces and knowledge transfer from these companies. And I pretty much agree with what you said about China, and I think on the longer horizon this is the most important effect, because those companies and those countries who can integrate in the Chinese model can be big beneficiaries of these companies, because China is going to be more and more high-tech. They are everywhere in the 21st century industries. They have very good renewable industries, high-tech industries, from ITs to semiconductors, etc. And I think those regions who can integrate in this model on the long term will be winners of it, and I think first probably they won't be able to be the highest value added in the whole chain, but at the end, from time, they can absorb more and more technology, knowledge, R&D, and it will enhance their competitiveness at the end.
Absolutely. And at this point, I think we have to take a virtual flight to China, to Beijing, and to ask Mr. Wang, what do you think are the most recent steps taken by China to further open up its market to the world?
Yeah, thank you, Luca. Yeah, this is actually a great question. I think China basically, in the last several decades, embarked on this open up and reform path. I think China still sticks to that path, and even for the last decade, China's GDP has doubled, basically, more than doubled. And also we see that in the last 10 years, China has set up 21 special economic trade zones and economic zones across China. I mean, even the designated Hainan Island as the largest, free trade island of the whole country, and then the latest adding on that list is including Beijing. For example, in Beijing, you have two Zoom. The Zoom for the the financial services, and also Zoom for the digital as well. So that you can see there's a lot of new policies, new plans has been taken place. And it's become a national KPI for all the municipalities, provincial government to really take on this open door initiative. And also we see that in the last year too, actually, China has also embarked on a more greater free trade initiative. For example, China has joined the RCEP, now the largest free trade agreement in the world, which accounts about 1/3 of a global GDP, 1/3 of a global trade, and 1/3 of a global population. So it's enormous, and China is taking a leading active role there. And China's import-export has gone up. For example, last year, even during the pandemic, has gone up 30%. So China become a supply, backbone for the world actually, and China is really. Continues to open up on this initiative. Just give you a recent example. 10 days ago, BAKSAY, one of the German company, has invested a 10 billion euro project in Zhanjiang, Guangdong province, which is very big. And also we see there's more expansions of other big companies as well. We know that Cal and Mercedes has invested in Europe. For this new big plant as well. So you see there's enormous going on, and China's Belt and Road Initiative is also expanding AIB, Infrastructure Investment Bank, and all those things. So I think in general, China is trying to create an environment that is still very attractive. China has 280 million population with college education, and China has 1.3 billion under some kind of social care, Medicare, and 1.1 billion with some social care. So as you see, the system is there. There's also 5 million, 6 million 4G 5 stations across country, and the total length of a speed railway in China is equal to the next 10 countries combined. So it's the best infrastructure there, and out of the 10 largest container ports, 7 of them in China. So you see, China is really geared up to be the center for the innovation, manufacturing, and all the clean technology in the world. So I think China's, it's important China continues to welcome all the foreign investors, and with 500 million middle class, the largest in the world. So I think there's enormous opportunities there.
Thank you. But definitely global economy is rapidly developing. Yesterday, Professor Arms were sharing with us some of the new words of the global value chain vocabulary: reshoring, nearshoring, friendshoring. On the other side, innovation accelerated to the point of creating disruptive technology, quantum computing, AI, big data, and so on. And we have energy transition that only few years ago was a chimera, was not even a conversation to be held, to move on top of governments and enterprises' agenda. Going back to you, Mr. BRIS, how do you see the competitiveness landscape to change in the near future, and how much cross-border strategies should change to adapt to the new competitiveness scenarios?
Yeah, and you know, I'm listening attentively to our speakers, I'm not that optimistic about China. There is, going back to your question, I think the competitiveness landscape has changed significantly in the last 2 years, because we should not forget that we are going through two of the major shocks of our recent history. One has been a world pandemic that has definitely left China touched as a potential global power for the future. And second, the invasion of Ukraine, that actually is marking a new geopolitical landscape, whereby we are going to see a new fragmentation in the global economy driven by geopolitics. I mean, on the first issue of the pandemic, not only the case that actually China is now suffering much more from the pandemic, it is also the case that, as I'm sure you have been discussing, global supply chains have been redefined. And I think now, China is not necessarily the manufacturing hub for many organizations in the world. Certainly in Europe, you also see that is the reconcentration, or just to use new term of neo-balization, whereby actually we tend to bring our manufacturing and our suppliers closer to our borders. And this is happening in the Americas, and this is happening in Europe. So I think on that front, the competitiveness of nations is much more related to regional alliances and competitiveness. The Americas is going to be a stronghold for future prosperity. Europe remains a stronghold for future competitiveness, but the economic sphere of influence for China is going to be much more concentrated to a pan-Asian world, but not necessarily to the rest of the world. With respect to the war and with respect to the geopolitical rebalancing of powers, I mean, we already see, and we are actually going attentively through the United Nations summit that is going to take place this week. There is going to be a rebalancing of geopolitical power, whereby I think democracies will get closer together. I'm talking about not only the West, but only the West and some other countries that are going to realign themselves as a new economic area. And then the non-democracies that includes China, Russia, and some others that actually are going to play a totally different role in this global landscape. I think all in all, when it comes to competitiveness, the traditional success recipe that we have seen being operated by China in the last years is not going to be so successful. Let me say at the end that, for example, one may wonder why China is not among the top 10 most competitive countries in our rankings. And the reason is that China is not only Shenzhen and Shanghai, it's also the western part of the country. And in that regard, the prosperity levels of China there are not at par with the eastern part of the country. And I think that's the big challenge for China, how to resolve the domestic inequalities, geographical and income-based.
Luca, can I respond to this comment?
Well, yeah, absolutely.
I just listed a lot of domestic challenges, right? Like aging population, carbon reduction, and housing bubble, and so on. And Professor Burris was right, there's also external challenges, right? And in the past few years, I, as China analyst, I was very concerned, right? Well, the US trade tariff hit China export really hard. Well, the Washington actions mentioned by Jeffrey Sachs hit China's industrial production. After all, what Washington is doing right now is throwing a wrench into the wheel, try to stop the flow of trade and investment to China, right? Then let's look at the figures. Okay. China's economy, the export, okay, after 25% tariff imposed by Washington, was doing fine. That only means less export to the United States, more export to Europe and to ASEAN countries. The United States' share in China's export dropped from the #1 destination to #3, okay, from over 20% to about 16% of China export. ASEAN picked up from the 17% of China export to 23%, became the largest trading partner. EU stayed about 20% as the second destination for China export. And China's share of China export, of global export, picked up from 13% to 15% last year in the past 3 years. So China means that China is exporting more, not less, even after 25% tariff imposed by Trump. Okay? Then let's look at FDI. And Boris also mentioned China, an undemocratic country, so we're facing the challenge in terms of inbound FDI. And also, all the push for reshoring, friendshoring, basically try to pull FDI money away from China, right? I get it. Also in the jobs in EU and in the United States, I get it, but it's fine, as long as people play fair. Then look at the FDI number in the first half of this year, okay? After all the policies already implemented and after the war. The FDI in the first half of this year into China increased by 23% year over year. This is the rapidest increase ever for over a decade. Usually those increase in about 6%, 8%, or in the low teens. But in the first half of the year, 23%. People said, is the number faked? I checked, it's not faked. If you don't believe Chinese number, okay, you can look at the number from Germany, UK, France, okay, or Italy, to see their outbound investment into China and try to match the number, match the Chinese number. You see, they're pretty close. So that means the number is not faked by Beijing. Okay? Or is the money really the Chinese own money do a round tripping, go to Hong Kong, come back, and FDI? I checked, it's not. They're real FDIs. And people need to ask hard why, in such environment, in such condition, the FDI still can grow rapidly. I think just like Deborah Elms mentioned yesterday, the whole global supply chain and the whole global capital flow probably is more resilient than people thought. Try to do a wrench, may disrupt it, okay, but not stop it. I'll give you one more example. Yes, indeed, there's a large portfolio outflows out of China in the first half. The $80 billion left China in the first half. There are a lot of analysts, well, that must be because of war, okay? Ukraine and Taiwan. The Chinese assets is no longer investable, so investors are pulling their money out. Look at it again. Every dollar of money left China in the first half of this year was bond money, okay? Equity money, stock money flow is balanced. If it is because of war, it is because of geopolitical risk, then you should see the outflow of both fixed income and equity money. The reason you only see the outflow of bond but not equity money is because that outflow was triggered by Fed hike. Because PBOC is among the very few central banks is a cut interest rate, right? While most of the central banks are hiking interest rate. So I think that those impacts are way overblown, especially by the media.
Mr. Wang, is there anything that you would like to add at this point? And well, maybe also talking about the role new technologies represent in China competitiveness, since Mr. BRIS had a comment on competitiveness level in China.
Yeah, I think that Mr. BRIS probably has some aspect that it is right, because I think now China did impact by this COVID. China's done very well in the previous 2 years, but maybe recent half years, China has been trying to combat this new variant. So that takes a bit of time, but I see this is also coming to the end, probably because now China has really practiced this new methodology of contained virus and the massive testing, tracing and those technologies. So if next the biggest variant comes, China will be best prepared in the world. But what I want to emphasize is that I think China now has the synergy. It has the biggest talent supply country in the world now. It has the best infrastructure. It has 1 billion smartphone users. It has all the synergy. Anywhere you go is 3 hours by speed train in China. And you have all those things are running. And all the government, all the mayors, all the governors are competing each other for their KPI measured by the central government. So you see there's a lot of creativity and also particularly implementation will to do that. For example, as I mentioned, China has built all those infrastructure, the best infrastructure in the world now, basically anywhere you go now. So what I think now is that, for example, if China government has the right policy for the clean energy, China can make Beijing, out of smoke in 5-10 years time. Now Beijing air is best in all those years. And then you have, China, the biggest clean vehicle producer. This year, China clean vehicle producer export is the largest in the world. And just out of January to August, China has exported almost 400,000, clean vehicle to the world. And also China is the best solar producer, best wind power, best, all those hydropower, whatever. So China is probably have all the synergy and effectiveness. I think, after all, it has an attractive market. So that's why you see all the European automakers are here making big gains. And then, also the tourism. I hope that when the pandemic is over, there's 150 million Chinese outbound tourists will start to travel again, spend billions. So when the people-to-people exchanges are resumed, China will certainly increase its image and position in the world. Now, I mean, there's a lot of negative feelings about China, but that this is really largely due to the pandemic, and of course also there's a bit of how to adjust China, so that takes some time. So I'm still cautiously optimistic. I think China can really get along, and people will finally accept what China it is.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Ma, you mentioned FDI flows, and Mr. Banai, how do you see these mega trends impacting the financial and FDI flows?
Yeah, so Mr. Ma covered a lot on China, but on a more macro level, I think something similar is happening in the sense that during the COVID, we have seen a drop in FDIs, but in the last year, the level, there was a huge increase, and the level was around the level of 2019, so it was kind of the same, and the beneficiaries are mostly for developing countries, which is very important in Hungary as well, and in many East Asian countries. And what we can also see is that current FDI trends especially in some high-tech industries are very high. So we see planning big FDIs in semiconductors, renewable energy investments increased about 150% or something around that. So there is a huge increase in FDI. So I think in the current statistics, we cannot see the strong effect of turning to G2 type of world, but for sure we will see the future. And in Hungary as well, we can see that, especially, for example, in the battery industry, there are many investments in Hungary. For example, from China, from the cattle, which is a brand new deal, which will have a huge positive impact on the Hungarian industry. And it is one of the biggest FDI in Hungarian history. So we have seen some very positive trends in the near future, and for sure, in the near past, for sure, we will see the future.
Well, but we also talk a lot about consumers that, at the end of the day, should be at the center of the efforts of business development and a company overall. Mr. BRIS, how do you see consumer behavior changing in Asia and in China? And can we identify new trends? And what is this meaning for exporter and their development and export strategies?
I mean, this is obviously a very important consideration for companies nowadays. I mean, as you can imagine, being at a business school like IMD, I'm constantly challenged by this changing behavior by customers. And I think one important trend that you observe is that the new generation of customers, they are not loyal to brands anymore. And this means that actually, the concept of creating brand awareness is not that important anymore. I think the second point is that sustainability is embedded in any demand for product. I mean, customers, especially in the new generation, they want to see that when they buy a product or they use a service, they're contributing to making the world a better place. And I think sustainability agendas then have to be embedded in companies' strategies, not just again as a branding device, but truly as representing a change in the world. And finally, and interestingly as well, is that you see that there is an association between the product that I consume and the values that the company communicates. We observe that consumers want their companies to represent certain values that align with theirs, be them, for example, on the technological front, or on the ethical front, or on the sustainability or environmental front. So I think it's much more important for companies now, and for CEOs and senior executives, to speak up and to have their voice heard, because customers, they actually pay for that. And that's an interesting customer behavior. Of course, geographically speaking, I will agree with our panelists that China is certainly becoming the largest economy and the largest market in the world. And because of that, we need to appeal to those customers as well that have different interests probably to the ones that we have shown in the West in the last decades.
Can I follow up and echo Professor BRIS' comments? It's very interesting. I just want to add a bit more detail and color. The consumer pattern in China, also East Asia more broadly, also changed very rapidly. So when people get wealthier, they have a growing market to serve middle class. So that is why from Sweden's furniture maker IKEA or French supermarket Carrefour, they're all doing very well in China. Okay. And unfortunately, when you have very rapid growth and the wealth gap widened, unfortunately, but a consequence is that very rich at the top, and plus the rapid urbanization drove the demand for luxury brand from France and from Italy. They are doing very successfully. And also, when population get old, there'll be higher demand for healthcare and elder care. Now, healthcare is very local market. It's hard for foreign companies to break into a healthcare industry. But right now, the best elder care nursing home in Shanghai is invested, built, owned, and managed by Denmark companies. And my mother actually checked that out and liked it. Okay, so it's a better one than the Chinese local domestic nursing home. Okay. And also, consumer taste can change very quickly, right? China is a tea drinking population. But people probably don't believe right now 1 in every 6 cups of Starbucks coffee are sold in China. China is 17% of Starbucks revenue. They just announced 2 weeks ago, in the next 3 years, Starbucks will increase the shops in China from currently 6,000 to 9,000 Starbucks shops in China in the next 3 years. I don't know whether people know how many Starbucks in Europe. Okay, 2,700. Okay, so that means China will have 3 times Starbucks than Starbucks in Europe, because of course the Europeans believe you make better coffee than Starbucks. But nonetheless, this changed very rapidly. Okay, and my mother's generation, they never drink coffee. My wife was traveling in Albania last week. She saw just acres after acres of olive trees, and she was told that every drop of olive oil from those trees is going to be sold to China. When they first, and also my mother's generation never tasted olive oil. Just no olive oil there. Okay, the first time the Chinese people start to use olive oil. When they first started the China-Europe rail link, right? And for the return trip, the container was basically empty. Right? When they shipped here, it was PPE products, consumer electronics, but the return cargo container was basically empty in the first half a year. Now they're completely filled. Okay, so what's in the container? French wine. Okay, even Moldova wine. Okay, Moldova, very small economy, and is never known. They actually produce good wine and not less expensive than French wine, but they're not very well known, and they managed to export to China's market. So basically, people, especially business in Central Europe, need to really to figure out what are the changing consumer pattern, what are the demand, and there are a lot of opportunities.
Right. And as Italian, was thinking launching a panel on, Starbucks coffee. Really?
No. We should start a wine business.
Well, we gotta cancel it from the registration, by the way. All right. True. I'm thinking to the waters that are unchartered and the pandemic and the regional conflict and the storm, the perfect storm in the end. Mr. Wang, you are an expert of globalization. Since 2015, you have been regularly holding the China and Globalization Forum. I already mentioned the ebb and flows of globalization, the last book you authored in a series. How do you see these extraordinary events impacting the future of the economic relation between China and Europe?
Well, I think that actually not too long ago, I've visited US, Europe, including 6 countries altogether, 1 month tour, first think tank visit out of China in pandemic. I propose that when we had the think tank meeting in Brussels, I proposed the concept of G3, which means China, EU, and Europe and US should really work together. I think it's really important that European is really a great economically, and it has a huge, if we talk about largest 3 economies, EU is one of them in the world. And so it can play a lot of role in mediating the conflict, the tension between China and the US. On the other hand, I think China can also help to Europeans on this Ukraine-Russian war, which is, China has a lot of influence on Russian, on its, Central Asia. So I think there's a lot of things that Europe and China can work together. I don't see, there's no geographical conflict, or there's no bordering issues between China and the EU. And then China and EU should really work together, have both a very long civilization and long history. So I really think that EU could be more active. So the globalization certainly is not going to be the good old days, but certainly we have inclusive, we have an innovative globalization. But I think in that new globalization, China certainly will play more active role. And it's just we have to take another 10, 15 years before we reach a new equilibrium and before we finally accept each other. Now we're in an agonizing process, trade wars, all those geopolitical tensions. But I think the pattern and also the route China has taken is really suitable for China, but also China is also intertwined with the world, and the world has intertwined with China. So we cannot decouple. We have to really work together as really responsible global citizens. I really think that EU, in this process, in this new G3 concept, can play a lot of role, including Global South and developing African, Latin American, working together with China and with US. So I think we have to find a common objective to work together, rather than we really have more tensions and the conflicts.
And I'm fully on board for a G3. Then whether EU together in a G3 is possible, I think it should be covered in another forum. And but Mr. BRIS, what CEOs are thinking? You regularly reach out, thousands of them. I mean, among the main trends that we are witnessing, which are the concern of the business community?
Mm-hmm. I mean, it would not be surprising to anyone in the recent executive survey that we conducted between April and June of this year, when we asked executives what are their major concerns looking forward. They obviously mentioned pandemics or, global infections, and they have mentioned geopolitical issues. I think there is no surprise, because obviously executives tend to extrapolate. And I think that today, much more than living in a world of uncertainty, what you see among executives is that they live in a world of ignorance, in the sense that they are not sure what the next big themes are going to be. I mean, we know the great rhinos out there. I mean, we know that sustainability and digital transformation are going to be key trends in the future. But those external events that can actually derail you from your path, like we have seen, for example, happening with the pandemic, actually are keeping our executives awake. And that's a big problem, because in a context in which you don't really know what is going to happen, strategies are much more fragile. And I hear many executives that talk about the need for taking big bets, much more than the traditional approach to investing is that executives need to make big bets for the future, realizing that there are many uncertainties around that actually can make these bets be either extremely successful or generating negative NPV. But there's no other way to plan for the future. I think long-term strategies, they're extremely difficult to formulate nowadays.
Yeah, very, very realistic. Well, Mr. Banai, as a central bank executive, I think we can't avoid to ask you what is your vision on interest rates that, of course, are going up to curb the inflationary trends. But since we are in the economic panel, I mean, how do you see this affecting the international trade?
Yeah. So we are in a pretty new environment compared to the last decade when we had close to zero or zero level, or in some cases below zero level interest rate, and we are in a much higher rate environment. And for sure, if we think about it as a corporate financial manager and we see the P&Ls, the business models are worse than before. So I think this is the actual situation, and for sure it can result some postponement of investments. But on the other hand, and I think this is the more important, that this is a short-term burden on the economic actors, but the reason behind they have to take this short-term burden to keep the stability, which is on a longer horizon, is much more important than this short-term burden. So I think ensuring the stability for the financial system and the economy is very important. It is also important for a competitiveness perspective as well, because when you invest in a country or make any investment, you consider several factors, not just the actual interest rates, which is the price of the actual loan, but the stability of the economy on a long horizon, the workforce, the skill of the workforce, the digitalization. So all the other factors can be still favorable, and I think with this new interest rate environment, we also ensure that we are in a stable economic situation, and we can also be credible in the sense that we can keep this stability for a longer horizon. So I think it shows for the investors that they can trust in this economic system and the economic policy.
Right, and I also think that we reached the end of our panel. I would like to really thank the people and the distinguished panelists that joined me today. Mr. Here with us in Budapest, Mr. Ma, Mr. Banai, and joining us in video through the Eurasia Forum platform, Mr. BRIS from Switzerland, and Mr. Wang from China. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much to our panelists. I'm sure we all found tremendous value in their discussion. Now, ladies and gentlemen, some good news. We have a 10-minute break coming up. Then we are going to continue our program with a panel on multilateral cooperation at its center.
The world is in change. Global pandemic, volatile financial market, trade decline. How does Asia lead the world's economy in the new era? Boao Forum for Asia Annual Conference 2022. Together for development and a shared future for all.
In October 1972, representatives from across the world met in London to sign the Charter establishing the International Institute for Applied Systems Analysis, known as IASA. It was the culmination of 6 years' effort by US President Lyndon Johnson and USSR Premier Alexei Kosygin and marked the beginning of a remarkable project to use scientific cooperation to build bridges across the Cold War divide and to confront growing global problems on an international scale. IASA was forged in the name of science diplomacy, and today it still regards science diplomacy as a key tool to help build trust between nations and support foreign policies.
Science diplomacy can succeed when other channels sometimes are not successful. I think the successes that I've seen and sometimes participated in gives me confidence that I think there's always a role to play for science diplomacy. Because I think the one thing that science has managed to do consistently throughout that period was to act as a soft form of diplomacy in a sense. In other words, where it could actually open up doors, start conversations and start bridge building.
Science diplomacy is shown in 3 dimensions. First, science for diplomacy. Scientific cooperation improves international relations. Second is science in diplomacy. Science provides advice to inform foreign policy. And third is diplomacy for science, when diplomacy facilitates international scientific cooperation. All these 3 dimensions are present at IASA.
One example is IASA's project called Challenges and Opportunities of Economic Integration within a wider European and Eurasian space. In this project, we focused on the future of economic ties between the European Union and the Eurasian Economic Union. The science for diplomacy contribution of IASA in this case was to bring parties with very different views into a dialogue. Through this dialogue, they built trust, which was very critical in the political reality of that time.
A recent example of science diplomacy in action at the Institute is the IASA and International Science Council consultative platform.
I thank the International Institute for Applied Systems Analysis and the International Science Council for bringing us all together for the first advisory board meeting of the IASA-ISOC consultative platform.
And the idea was to learn from what was happening from the COVID-19 crisis, to see if we could look at some of the things that we could preserve. But the most important thing was to try to see if we could prioritize the areas for transformation that could help us to build a more sustainable and equitable world. Within a fairly short period of time, we were able to put together online consultations that gathered some 350 experts in science, in practitioners, and in policymakers.
We need to cooperate and collaborate more effectively than ever before.
IASA has the potential not just to be a player among others in science diplomacy, but it has the legitimacy to exercise global leadership.
As a scientific institution, we can only put the scientific facts on the table. The science is not negotiable. What is negotiable is the way that that's used and the way that different countries or different societies may choose to harness the science for their own benefit. And there's always a little bit of room for maneuver there, because at the end of the day, political decision making is not just about science. It's also about the economy, and it's always going to be about people. It's not just about science. I think science needs to make its case, and science needs to put its best foot forward, and science needs to try and demonstrate why it's in the interest of societies to adopt a worldview that embraces science.
We see the opportunities, we see the necessities to launch a new creative vehicle called CBDC.
The design features and safeguards around a CBDC, they do have to reflect best internationally prescribed standards, among others for financial stability, cyber resilience, and financial inclusion and access.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to continue the conference, so please come inside the auditorium and take your seats. Welcome back, everyone, to the Budapest Eurasia Forum 2022 hybrid conference themed around sustainable growth and cooperation, how to win the 21st century. Earlier today, we have covered business opportunities in 21st century Eurasian markets, and now our panel will discuss the timeliest questions of multilateral cooperation.
There are various types and forms of multilateral cooperation around the world, aiming to achieve common development and to ensure sustainable competitiveness of the joining nations. But how can Eurasian nations benefit from international cooperation? As new challenges are continuously changing our world, regional and mega-regional integrations can serve as a solution for sustainable growth. Can these regional integrations strengthen competitiveness of the whole supercontinent? And how can regional or multilateral financial institutions better serve the need of the Eurasian region for continuous development?
Dear audience, as the first part of the session, we'll have a keynote speech online from Dr. Shamshad Akhtar, former governor of the State Bank of Pakistan and former caretaker finance minister of Pakistan. Previously, Dr. Akhtar was the Under-Secretary General of the Economic and Social Commission of Asia and the Pacific. He was also the United Nations Secretary General's Senior Special Advisor on Economics and Finance, and oversaw the advancement and implementation of a sustainable development agenda, including economic, social, environmental, and finance work of the UN Department of the Economic and Social Affairs. Dr. Akhtar, please begin.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, wherever we are. First of all, let me at the outset thank the Budapest Forum, Eurasia Forum, for giving me an opportunity to listen to some of the colleagues on various topics and debates, and also to contribute to this debate. The task I have at hand is a substantive one. Because it's about multilateral cooperation, but within the context of regional and mega-regional integration, and how can international cooperation serve competitiveness of the supercontinent Eurasia, which, as we know, is home to several regional cooperative platforms. So let me, after thanking our colleagues at the central bank, begin by first giving a bit of a context of globalization. And then I'd like to get into the Eurasia complexities or diversities, and then explain a little bit about what's been evolving in the regional cooperation initiatives in terms of some of the new dimension, and then talk a little bit about the mega regional trade initiatives that are going to be the defining moment for future prosperity. So globalization, as has been discussed earlier, has brought with it prosperity, and it has also resulted in the emergence of new economic powers and allowed us to set up new multilateral institutions, both in Asia and Europe, that have laid the foundation for multipolar world. From bipolarity, now we are in a multipolar world. Eurasia's large geography, which is home to billions of people according to the World Economic Forum estimate, 5 billion people spread over 90 countries, it generates about 65% of global GDP. So we're talking about a supercontinent. Regional cooperation and integration over this landscape is a multifaceted and multidimensional process in which neighboring economies coordinate financial, trade, and sector policies and expand physical linkages, which over the period have been enhanced by different platforms. The center of gravity of the world economy has shifted within Eurasian supercontinent. It moved east to west over the last 500 years and has now pivoted back towards the east. For example, according to the Budapest summary of the previous events, that in 2020, 70% of global investments were already provided by East, while 15 years earlier, West provided 80% of global investments. So we are not in a static world, we are in a dynamic world, and the gears are shifting. And today what we think is happening may not be true moving forward. So benefits of Eurasia integration, I think it's of a global significance, as Asia accounts for the largest proportion of the world population, 35% of EU's export, and 45% of EU imports. So here lies the great opportunity. Growing global interdependence of Europe and Asia is an opportunity for international and regional security, and it can be a driver of reforms of multilateral system, global growth, stability, sustainable development, and regional economic prosperity. Unfortunately, at this point, while we are coming close within the two continents, but there are also very fragmented institutions with different ideological stances. So we aren't coming together in a harmonious manner. A recent study of the Asian Development Bank indicates that Asia Regional Cooperation Initiative Index of 2018 estimates on Asia's trade and investment, regional value chains, people and social integration are equal to those of the EU, while performance in the new technology and digital connectivity dimensions, with a 44% improvement between 2006 and 2018, is higher than that of the EU for the same period. Gaps remain in money and financial and finance dimensions, where Asia's estimate is only half that of the EU. So Eurasia is not a easy geographical landscape to define it in or to estimate in by one particular indicator. You have to look at all the various indicators. Regional integration within Asia, of course, is dominated by several sub-regions. They continue to exhibit diverse performance, with Southeast Asia and East Asia reporting highest overall regional integration. The largest sub-regional differences are in trade and investment, infrastructure, and connectivity. Overall, South and Central Asian economies, which are in the corridor of Europe, particularly the Central Asian economies, show the most scope for improvement across different dimensions of regional integration. These are the least integrated segments of the Eurasia. Developments in technology and digital connectivity dimensions reflect Asia's rapid digital transformation, characterized by high internet traffic and wider digital access. The new environmental cooperation dimensions suggest Asia's gap with Europe and North America, it remains substantial. Lessons can be drawn from different models and structure of regional economic cooperation and integration, as we all see. And it's pretty complex to be able to interpret and dissect. But let me talk about that over the decades, EU is well acknowledged as a rule-based union that has matured with single market backed by its own currency, euro, and it advocates to promote multilateralism. In its 55 years of existence, a highly integrated and competitive ASEAN agreed to establish ASEAN Economic Community as a single market and production base. I happened to be there when the celebrations were taking place of ASEAN Economic Community. It's very impressive across 10 countries. To move across Europe and ASEAN, sustainable connectivity and economic corridors would contribute to economic growth, jobs, and global competitiveness and trade. ASEAN diversity offers Eurasia opportunities for business, complementation backed by global supply chains, which, despite all the disruptions, are really still working within those corridors of ASEAN. ASEAN transport network of interstate highway and railways, including Singapore to Kunming rail link, ports and sea lanes for maritime traffic, ASEAN power grid and trans-ASEAN gas pipeline projects, as well as interoperability of the interconnected national telecommunication networks have evolved. So ASEAN has been developing its infrastructure. At the same time, and in fact, before ASEAN even, EU connectivity has been very good. And EU connectivity strategy seeks to connect its trans-European transport network with corresponding networks in Asia. So market-driven energy connectivity towards clean energy, aligning it to EU Green Deal, advancing, of course, also digital connectivity by upgrading digital infrastructure while addressing, of course, cybersecurity risks and so on and so forth. So it's interesting how ASEAN is connecting itself within the ASEAN corridors. And by ASEAN, it's not just the 10 ASEAN, but ASEAN plus 6. And EU has been connecting within its corridors, but the two within the supercontinent are going to be linked, have been linked, or are going to be linked. So Euro-Asia connectivity that has traditionally benefited from Europe's and ASEAN's endeavors has been further enhanced by the Belt Road Initiative investments in, of course, the transcontinental infrastructure, which is laying foundation for the Silk Road economic belt and 21st century maritime Silk Road. These are the popular terminologies being used as a reminder of the whole historic routes. These investments are reinforcing Euro-Asia transport, land, maritime, and people-to-people connectivity, which is both cost and time effective and efficient given its multimodal design and offers interoperability. Further enhancements in infrastructure connectivity are anticipated as the greening of the Belt and Road gains momentum and climate resilience of infrastructure is enhanced. I have been one of the global advisors to Belt and Road Initiative, and I would encourage you to look at the last report that includes massive information on the benefits accruing from the Belt and Road initiatives across the corridors, including the Pakistan-China corridor, where we have had cost effectivity as well as time effectivity. Of course, there are challenges in launching a complicated endeavor, which is huge in context of some of the developing countries. But it has happened at a time when no investment was coming from West within Pakistan. And it's true even of some of the smaller ASEAN economies, which are a part of the Eurasia belt, and we can't have inclusive regional economic cooperation and integration without the physical connectivity supporting the smaller and the weaker elements of the ASEAN. Now, what is game-changing has been this infrastructure landscape, but also game-changing for growth and prosperity would be effective implementation of two mega trade partnerships, which have been defined in the outline to me to cover, which is the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, RCEP, and CPTPP, the revised TPP, an expanded version of it, as United States walked off at one time. By the end of 2021, we know there have been 352 regional trade agreements, which covered more than half of the international trade. So the literature talks about a spaghetti bowl, and it's very hard to figure out who has what trading arrangements. Until today, frankly, there's a lot of overlapping between the trade agreements. So after 8 years of deliberation, the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership came into force on 1st January 2022, which partners ASEAN with its partners like Australia, People's Republic of China, Japan, New Zealand, and Korea. The agreement is still open for accession architecture as new members, including India, can join within a certain prescribed period. As of 2020, RCEP countries together accounted for 30% or almost $26 trillion of global GDP. And it constitutes total population coverage of 2.3 billion and about 30% of the global trade, equivalent to about 10 trillion. So RCEP's trade liberalization and facilitation measures and its commitment on regulatory coherence, when implemented, will increase the members' income by almost 245 billion or 0.6% of the regional RCEP GDP by 2030 and will add 3 million jobs to the regional market. RCEP is mutually beneficial. RTAs that serve as an integrator of trade and investment policy gaps and rules and offers facilitation and institutional framework of economic integration in Asia, especially East Asia. This agreement brings under one umbrella existing FTAs that I talked about, and it contains several chapters, including trade and investment liberalization, to removing regulatory barriers and services and improving business conditions through regulatory coherence in issues such as government procurement, e-commerce, intellectual property protection, competition policy. So what will this do? Of course, all this technical stuff is mind-boggling and will take time to be put in place and everybody to come together on this. But intra-regional trade, all RCEP will promote intra-regional trade as over 90% of the trade in goods between this trade agreement membership will be tariff-free, effectively boosting trade in agriculture products and auto parts, among other products within the region. Similarly, manufacturing-related services, and it will also encourage regional manufacturing-related service networks. Trade facilitation, it calls for implementation of higher obligations compared with that in the WTO Trade Facilitation Agreement. Trade facilitation measures would require simplification of customs clearance procedures and also other technical barriers. So it will reduce the intra-regional trade costs and make the trading more competitive and cost-effective. The integrated development of industries and markets in the region, as RCEP uses cumulative rules of origin to facilitate the flow of intermediate goods within the region. This will increase the flexibility and diversity of the supply chain, something which has been totally disrupted during the COVID, but it will allow opportunity to harness new global supply chain networks and also develop some of the regional supply chains. It will promote formation of an advanced transnational industrial system, as I see, and realize the optimal allocation of resources and efficiency improvement. Don't get me wrong, it's not happening overnight. It will take a lot of hard work further. Also, digital economy will be promoted, and there are several provisions within this agreement on electronic commerce in Asia, covering the promotion of paperless trade, electronic signature authentication, and all the other technicalities. Let me now move to the second, in interest of time, my last point, which is the comprehensive and progressive agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership, which is another, of course, mega regional arrangement. It differs from the RCEP in membership, scope, and breadth. It, of course, includes 4 of the ASEAN dynamic partners, and it has also some of the ASEAN Plus partners. Some of them have common membership with the previous agreement I talked about, and some of them are not part of the previous agreement. In any case, the CPTPP has become effective on 30th December 2018. While jury will be out, I think it's going to be more complicated. CPTPP's ambit extends to SOE obligations and subsidies, non-discriminatory treatment, labor and environment, business facilitation, recognition of commercial considerations, and non-commercial assistance, transparency, and so on and so forth. It also has an investor-state dispute settlement, intellectual property rights over different products. So as you can see, the agenda is more daunting in CPTPP, but it is something which is very much warranted to promote really inclusive trade and growth. So subject to policy coherence and coordinated implementation of CPTP and the RCEP, regions' potential and competitiveness will be unleashed by, among others, further enhancement and reconfiguration of the global supply chains, along with the development of upstream and downstream linkages across Asia Pacific. To conclude, the new regional cooperation integration framework, of course, introduces also some of the old stuff, but new innovations also. So regional integration can be enhanced by financial integration through exchange rate interdependencies and capital account openness, which have fallen well behind in case of Asia. It also has fallen behind in case of the movement of peoples, measuring the intra-regional air transportation. Also, it can be enhanced through development of the regional value chains, technology and digital connectivity, which I talked about, and environmental cooperation. So what is this all about? This is all about sustainable development goals. And if you go deep dive into it, it's about the Paris Accord and the net zero emissions. If we have to get the pollution down and if we have to make sure countries that are at the frontier of the climate vulnerabilities are not suffering because of the larger countries that are have been emitting at very fast pace. I can tell you today, sitting in Pakistan, almost 1/3 of the country is submerged in the floods. So that is what I mean about climate vulnerabilities and lack of inclusiveness of the developments that have happened in the past. Thank you for inviting me to speak, and I apologize if I've run a little on above the time. Thank you.
Thank you to Dr. Shamshad Akhtar for the outstanding speech. It was a valuable experience to hear her thoughts about the importance of multilateral cooperation. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to move on to the panel discussion of this session. In our panel titled Regional and Mega-Regional Integrations, How Can International Cooperation Serve Competitiveness of the Supercontinent? Our speakers will discuss the benefits of regional and mega-regional collaborations and multilateral agreements and how these can raise the competitiveness of not just nations, but the whole Eurasia region. Allow me to greet the moderator of the panel discussion, Ms. Elena Rovenskaya, Program Director, International Institute for Applied Systems Analysis. Ms. Rovenskaya, it is our pleasure to see you here again among our moderators. After last year's event, what are your expectations from this forum?
I have to say, last year I participated for the first time in Eurasia Forum Budapest, and I was really impressed by the breadth of topics that we were able to cover in a few days of the conference, as well as by the depth of the discussions that we had last year. And I have to say that this year, both the breadth and depth increased even further. So it's really my great pleasure to be here. Thank you very much to the Central Bank of Hungary for inviting me. I think that the topic of this year's conference on sustainable growth and cooperation really hits the nail on the head in today's time. So as we were reminded by Professor Jeffrey SACHS earlier this morning, we are in the middle of the environmental crisis. At the same time, we are facing major geopolitical tensions in Eurasia, but also globally. So this conference really focuses on the most pressing issues. The discussions so far have been extremely interesting, and I hope that our session can also contribute to this agenda and provide useful insights to the audience. Thank you very much again for inviting me.
Thank you. Please start your panel discussion.
Thank you. And I would like to then proceed to inviting our speakers in this panel. The first speaker will be Mr. Byung-il Che, who is the president of Korea Foundation for Advanced Studies. He is also a professor and the former dean of the Graduate School of International Studies at Iowa Women's University. Mr. Che, please welcome to the stage. Welcome, please. Our next speaker is Mr. Chris Humphrey, who is the Executive Director of the Singapore-based EU-ASEAN Business Council, which is a key business council association that advocates for the interest of EU businesses operating in ASEAN. With over 20 years of experience, he is an expert on ASEAN integration, infrastructure financing, EU-ASEAN trade relations, and EU economic and political development. Mr. Humphrey, welcome to this panel. The next speaker is Mr. Christoph Niedopil, who is the Associate Professor of Practice in Economics and Director of the Green Finance and Development Center at Fanhai International School of Finance at Fudan University. He is serving as a board director and supports various companies in scaling sustainability in business and finance. Mr. Niedopil, welcome to this session. Our next speaker is joining us online. Ms. Guiying Sun has been the Chief Executive Officer of Credit Guarantee and Investment Facility, a trust fund of Asia Development Bank since August 2019. Prior to that, she was Deputy General Manager of the Investment Management Department of the Export-Import Bank of China, and simultaneously CEO, Board Director, and Investment Committee member of the China Central Eastern Europe Investment Cooperation Fund. Welcome, Ms. Sun. Welcome to this panel virtually.
Good morning, everyone.
Our session focuses on multilateral cooperation and regional integrations. Indeed, these two processes face really difficult times today in Eurasia and also in the world. On the other hand, as we just heard earlier, it's not possible to solve global major crises that we are facing now, from climate change to migration to pandemics, without broad and strong international cooperation. So that's the major challenge that we are facing now. Multiple crises become more systemic, more far-reaching. They originate in one place of the world and they can reach any destination, often in a very unpredictable manner. So that calls for us experts perhaps to critically reflect on the current framework for international cooperation, analyze their strengths and weaknesses, possibly rethink some of them, and identify formats that would ensure win-win cooperation and inspire the perception that they are fair by all parties. So, as it was noted by many speakers before already yesterday and also earlier today, international relations are becoming more and more complex. And they are facing various global trends such as relocation of production, decarbonization, digitalization, rise of social media, just to name a few. So with this, I want to ask my first question to all panelists, actually. So how do you see these mega trends currently unfolding, and how do you see cooperation being impacted by those trends, and those trends impacting cooperation and international relations and regional integration? Mr. Chair, yes. May I ask you to go first?
Well, yeah. Well, first of all, let me express my deep thanks, appreciations for the invitations. During the pandemic, what was happening was this must be some defining moment of time, because early days when we are going through pandemic, even for me, I thought this is going to be short-lived, but as it turns out, it is not. And even after this, you know, I don't think we have confidence we're going back to older days. So what is happening was, as you mentioned, multifaceted crisis. I'm going to identify 4 major crises we are going through at the same time. First of all, technological competitions between 2 great superpowers, and that is related to digital transformations. And so that is related to current topic, and also the clean energy and how you can come up with, that is, you know, the climate change solutions, and food crisis, and also crisis of, you know, the financial system. And they are very much interrelated. And to come up with your suggestions, mine is racing toward more than 21 years ago. I was first invited to Budapest. And back then, we were on the eve of new millennium, a lot of excitement. And we were meeting some hotel the other side of Danube, and we had only one question posed to all participants. Question was, between India and China, which country is more likely to go ahead in this coming millennium? And that was even before smartphone was invented and no AI, no supercomputing. But all participants, even including myself, we are betting on India. Because it is mainly because India is the largest democracy, and China was controlled by one-party system. And according to common sense, the one-party system cannot beat creativity generated by democracy. But as it turns out, I believe we're still early in the game, but outcome, what we're having is very much different. Because somehow, party was smart enough to control technology. And I think, in a sense, that is a very newly emerging aspect of crisis we are going through. So, coming back to your questions, I think even 3 or 4 years ago, many companies around the world, they thought they could trade and make investment regardless of system risk. But that is coming back. Right. Now you have to figure out where money is coming from. You're going to identify color of money and also where goods are coming from. So we're talking about reconfiguration of supply system and supply chain. I think that is the most difficult question. And yesterday we had a lot of discussion about this. But still, we can identify how we can go through this crisis. And as of now, I don't see any framework, international cooperation, multilateral cooperation to deal with these questions. So I'll stop here and I'll look for other people's contributions.
Thank you for this insightful comment that reminds us that we have to challenge our common sense all the time, and that's not a static but a dynamic concept, perhaps. Mr. Humphrey, do you want to continue?
Yes, sure. Your question's a huge one. I think we are living in a world which is still highly interconnected. Unfortunately, the interconnections now are problems rather than solutions. I remember at the start of the Ukraine crisis, people in Southeast Asia were almost shrugging their shoulders and saying, this is not a problem, it's not going to affect us, this is Europe's problem. They no longer say that. So we live in a world with multitude of problems, whether it's food security, whether it's rising inflation, whether it's energy security and energy prices, whether it's dealing with climate change and climate action issues. What we don't have at the moment is interconnectedness over the solutions for those problems. And we need to do that. We need to get the mega blocs, the European Union, the groupings in Asia, talking more together and cooperating more together. And the things they need to solve are sustainability. But sustainability is not just the environment. Sustainability is much more than that. Go away, look at the UN SDGs. It covers much more than looking after the environment. And if you're sitting in parts of Asia, putting food on the table is more important to you than having a clean environment outside your doorstep. The other part is the finance part. Bits of Asia need incredible amounts of finance for their infrastructure, to build things up, to make things greener and cleaner as well. They either don't have the money or they don't have the money in the right format. And I think this is an area where Europe in particular can come in and help them and develop their capital markets further. The other one is on digitization. Digitization is often seen by many, and particularly in Southeast Asia, as a cure-all for economic growth going forward. Great advances are being made, but we need to ensure more connectivity and more standard setting so that things can flow properly, so data can cross borders easier as well. And then the last part of all of that is we need a just and sustainable transition. And it's the just part we should not forget about. We need to make sure that it's inclusive. Everyone can be brought on board. Everyone can raise up their living standards at the same time. People will have access to decent jobs and access to food and education, whilst at the same time we are simultaneously making the planet a better place to live in.
Thank you. And we will come back to the question of integration of integrations, as it's sometimes called. And thank you for reminding us that sustainability has indeed 3 equally important pillars. It's not only environment, it's social and economic. And Mr. Niederpil, who is wearing the sign of sustainability goals now on his, here on the left, yeah, exactly. Would you like to follow up on this, or perhaps object or complement?
always compliment. First of all, thanks so much for the invitation. Really, really great pleasure to be here for this fantastic forum. And I want to break it out a little bit. Why do we want to cooperate in the first place? It's usually because we have a common challenge that we want to tackle, or we expect to gain better outcomes. We just had this forum, the panel discussion before, and Arturo BRIS clearly highlighted it's not necessarily about cooperation for an end goal, but the end goal is actually to make lives better for the people on the ground. So there are reasons then that we need to cooperate, and there are reasons where possibly actually cooperation is not the most effective version to get a better life. So we have to possibly also distinguish where we want that. And what are the areas where definitely cooperation is needed? We had some of them, sustainability, climate for sure, biodiversity, soft connectivity, and of course hard connectivity, because we need to have standards, we need to have roads and hard infrastructure, but of course also tackle some of the larger challenges of our time. And since this is a forum in 2022, I think the most urgent one is most likely at this time, on a longer term, is climate. Of course, we have the geopolitical tensions. It's very urgent right now, and I hope we can solve them. The question that we haven't solved and where we see more and more risks actually materializing is, of course, climate change. And we just also heard from the previous speaker that a third of Pakistan is underwater. China had seen the largest heat wave in its history with massive droughts. Europe has seen that. And this is just the beginning. So I definitely want to highlight that climate change is probably a challenge that we know for many years, as we've heard, but we have not tackled. And soft connectivity, hard connectivity, we've also known for many years. And we've been here and in many other conferences talking about the relevance of hard connectivity, soft connectivity trade. But I really want to highlight that climate change leads to systemic challenges that we have not fully understood in the financial world, from a macro-prudential, from a micro-prudential aspect. And this is to give you an example, of course, people's livelihoods on a very micro scale are affected if there are massive floods, if there's agriculture being affected. But of course, also on the more macro scale, the financial sector is hugely vulnerable to climate change, be it from stranded assets when hydropower is not working anymore, what we saw in China, but of course also through transition challenges. And this is definitely an area where we need to strengthen cooperation. And a specific opportunity, or a specific challenge actually for Eurasia, first of all, in tackling these challenges, is that a lot of these countries are very small from an economic perspective. The capital markets are small, so it's very hard to raise capital in these areas. Then it's also difficult to design specific systems to tackle climate change, because these economies are much smaller than on both ends, which is China and Japan and some of the larger Asian economies, and of course the EU. And that's where cooperation really becomes suddenly relevant, because you can expand your market, you can expand your power through cooperation. And that's to give you some examples. Of course, I work in finance. I work at a finance school, and I'm interested in the financial sector and financial solutions to address some of the environmental challenges. Green finance standards is extremely important to really have interoperability of the financial system. And there's a huge opportunity in Eurasia. And we're seeing already a number of Mongolia, Kazakhstan, and other countries developing actually green finance taxonomy in Eurasia. But we can look further. What about a shared emission trading system that actually pools the emissions? Because if you only have an emission trading system in Kazakhstan, it's very small. But if you pool it a little bit bigger, you're actually generating more volume, and therefore you're garnering more interest from investors. So these are real cooperation opportunities where Eurasia has an opportunity to tackle some of the most important challenges. And I leave it at this for now.
Thank you. Thank you for this perspective. Ms. Sun, would you like to comment on challenges and opportunities of multilateral cooperation and regional integration from your perspective?
Thank you, Elena. Thanks for having me attending today's forum. So actually, for the multilateral cooperation in this supercontinent, I have actually no doubt about the absolute necessity and development prospect in the short term and in the long term. Because previously we have got these sustainability development goals that we need to tackle. But nowadays, especially these recent 3 years, there are actually more headaches or more challenges or headwinds for us besides the pandemic. And we also have got this climate change and also supply chain disruptions out of this pandemic lockdown. And then recently, the interest rate hike by the Fed is a kind of cascading down effect on all currencies in the world. So a lot of depreciation about this local currency have been observed. And also the monitoring tightening in the market is widespread. We see the funding cost for corporations have been increased recently. That kind of depressed actually the investment. And also another challenge is the spillover effect from the Russia-Ukraine war. And we see the prices of energy and the food increase tremendously, and even cause some food safety issues. So all these are actually the new challenges that have been touched upon by the speakers before. So I will not elaborate more. So all these call for the multinational cooperation. So actually, to me, I think usually this cooperation can be seen at the international arenas or forums like this, but usually just to solve some the basic problems, you need a multinational institutions, organizations, or multilateral development banks there to implement or those policies to solve these problems. So I think that the stronger multinational cooperation still need to be encouraged. And I definitely hope that for a future holistic and further development of Eurasia, we need a secure and stable environment where diversity can be recognized, international rules respected, and the barriers of trade and investment reduced, so that we can create more opportunities for economies in this mega region. So I'll stop here, Lina.
Thank you, Ms. Sun. Let's go deeper into experiences that we have observed so far. And of course, the EU is the example so far of the most successful integration project that we have seen. Mr. Chair, as an expert in trade and international trade, what do you think? Is the EU model a unique model that worked here for historical other reasons? Or is it something that other places in the world could actually replicate? And should we expect in some future EU-like unions all over the world? Or rather EU itself would transform and become something completely different? So what is your perspective on this?
Yeah, the question you just posed is trillion-dollar questions. And the short answer to the question is no, unlikely to replicate in different part of the world. But long answer to that is, I wish it can be replicated. Let me try to elaborate. When you say Eurasia, we have to admit, this is not something Europe is at one side of the corner and Asia at the other side of the corner. We have bilateral negotiation, which is not. Europe may have attained a certain degree of consensus similarity. So for that reason, climate change is such a high priority. And also policy time horizon is very far-sighted, because from the experience, they know this is the way to go. But many Asian countries, when you say Asia as a huge country, China alone doesn't represent Asia. We have Central Asia, the East Asia, and also South Asia. All these different countries, they're different stage of development, and not to mention they adopt different political systems. So you don't have one Asia. That is making this replication hard to achieve. But nonetheless, there is a very important lesson. That is, the way Europe, or EU, if you will, was successful in developing consensus was, first of all, they recognize we are coming from different, subtle, nuanced, different system. Nonetheless, our aim is the same. We are in the same boat. So basically, in Chinese word, there is Huai Budong, that is, we agree to disagree. We try to see common denominator at the end of the day, but if you fail to agree on everything, instead of creating lowest common denominator, which is high enough, so that you cannot pass, you try to create some certain minimum set of rules. So for that regards, I think a Belt and Road Initiative was a Chinese initiative, but there's no further detail, no conflict resolution mechanism, and also they intentionally ignored or put aside political differences. And now we're experiencing problem. And another initiative, both from Brussels and Beijing, was a comprehensive agreement investment, which agreed on December 2020. And I was struck because pandemic was going through, and Brussels and Beijing was agreeing on this sheer magnitude of comprehensive agreement that by any trade expert is going to recognize that is the most ambitious trade investment agreement on us we have ever seen. But it failed to get ratified for obvious reasons. And if that was going to be ratified, then I think we stand some high chance that may be replicated to different corners of Eurasia. So having said that, we have no venue to tackle the question, and EU model is unlikely to be replicated. So very, very doomed.
Thank you. Thank you. Very interesting. Mr. Humphrey, you have a lot of experience in the ASEAN region. Tell us about this, how ASEAN looks at the EU model. What do they learn from that? Do they want to learn from that? Yeah, what do you think about that?
Comparing the EU to ASEAN is like comparing a 800-pound silverback gorilla, which is increasingly externally aggressive, to a tapir. And a tapir, by the way, is a Southeast Asian forest-dwelling animal, which is pretty tame and docile. They are completely different animals, and there is no appetite in ASEAN to replicate the EU model. What ASEAN is trying to do is replicate the bits of the EU it likes, the economic integration, the closer cooperation part, but without having the large supernatural body sitting at the center, which is driving it all forward and making sure the constituent parts all stay in line at the same time. It's a neat trick if you can pull it off. ASEAN is not going to pull it off. Dr. Akbar just now was referring to ASEAN having a highly cohesive and single market within ASEAN. It does not, and it probably never will have, because the easy stuff's been done and the difficult stuff they don't want to do. They just say they want to do it. And this is a challenge for ASEAN. They want to replicate the EU in many respects, but without following the EU model. And they're not probably wrong. Following the EU model is a big step to go down. That means giving up a lot of sovereignty for your country. The 10 ASEAN member states don't want to do that. And I don't see other regional blocs anywhere else in the world wanting to do that. The African Union won't, Mercosur won't either. They all want to have closer ties, more interlinked economies, more cooperation on social, cultural issues and political security issues, but without building that very strong central core to try and make it all stick together.
Thank you. Thank you for this perspective. Now moving from the EU to East, and let's talk more about Belt and Road Initiative, which is another project that is a big project, and we already heard much about it in earlier sessions yesterday and today as well. Mr. Niederpil, you are sitting there in China, so how do you see Belt and Road Initiative developing lately? What is the vision from there on the EU-BRI relationships going forward? Please share your perspective.
Also, how much time do I have? So I think, first of all, it's kind of, I do a lot of BRI work, kind of following BRI investments for the last couple of years, and I'm publishing quite a bit on that, and of course also working with the Chinese government on particularly greening the BRI. So green BRI is probably one of the important concepts what the BRI aims to be, hopes to be, and increasingly also that the government not only promises to create, but also has put in place a number of different guidances and regulations for the enterprises and the financial institutions to actually implement a green BRI. So that's really, really promising work that is going on there. Having said that, it's also important to understand, contrary to some belief, that the BRI is very well alive. I think there is, of course, as Mr. Choi said, some questions of governance of the BRI that remains to be not as clear as potentially the European Union is. There's no central governing body of the BRI. It's of course a very Chinese initiative. It's not that Hungary can suddenly say, we invite a different country and we make a motion that a different country joins the BRI. That's all very much based on Chinese initiatives, so it's a very kind of central organ overall in China. It's very well alive. But we also have to understand that it's kind of part of a bigger development model that China is developing. So there's the Global Development Initiative now, the Global Security Initiative. These are all kind of projects that are kind of also in addition to the Belt and Road Initiative. The Belt and Road Initiative is a commercial project, most of it, which is commercial with Chinese characteristics, I would say, because of course it's implemented by a lot of state-owned enterprises and state-owned financial institutions. The Global Development Initiative is very much a development initiative that is ideally done with concessional financing, supported by the newly established aid agency of China. And the Global Security Initiative, I think, of course, deals with broader security issues. The BRI, in terms of greening, I think offers a lot of opportunities also here in the region. So China is trying to export more of its capacity in renewable energy, be it renewable energy generation, also the manufacturing of renewable energy equipment. Then the grid aspect is important for China. So then kind of that's on the energy side, but there's also on the transport side, China is exporting and trying to trade some of its new energy vehicles, but also setting up facilities abroad for batteries like we heard already here in Hungary, but also in Germany and in other countries. So there's kind of a huge interest in utilizing these green technologies that China is championing, also in the Belt and Road Initiative. And finance plays a big role, and here I will for that, more give that to our colleague from China to also talk about potentially some of the financial aspects. Overall, what's an interesting development is that the Chinese policy banks, the China Development Bank and China Exim Bank, have been much more risk-averse in the Belt and Road Initiative over the last years for a number of different reasons, including sovereign debt risk in the aftermath of COVID, that makes lending more challenging. That has opened up the opportunities for international financial institutions to be more engaged with Chinese developers to provide financing for some of these projects. The Chinese development funds, China has set up a number of different funds, are active. We heard yesterday from the Silk Road Fund. So there's a lot of different financing vehicles and broader interest for international cooperation, also with international financial institutions, which is kind of a really great development, and it seems obvious, but it comes with challenges, particularly on ESIA, environmental and social impact assessment, regulations and challenges. And the Chinese developers are really working hard to better understand some of this, and we are also working with them to help them build the capacity.
Thank you. Ms. Sun, how do you see the impact of Belt and Road Initiative in the context of sustainable growth? Would you like to share your perspective on this?
Actually, in my past working experience with China Exim Bank, which is also one of those implementing banks of BRI guidelines. So I can talk from my past experiences. I think that this is a special way of Chinese do things. Like Mr. Chu mentioned, that it's just an initiative. There is no detailed, procedures or criteria or whatever. It's as far as I know from the beginning that we actually BRI promoted 5 areas of cooperation, which are policy coordination, facilities, connectivity, unimpeded trade, financial integration, and people-to-people bond. And you can see that with the starting of this initiative, we do have a lot of good results coming out of it, as being welcomed by a lot of countries. Actually, it's a great idea because there are one belt and one road designed, one on land, one sort of maritime. So it's actually connected a lot of countries. So up to now, there are approximately 150 countries involved, as I learned actually from this forum. So it's actually making BRI the world's biggest platform for international cooperation. There are actually very positive impacts generated out of this initiative. As far as I know, that there is this China-Europe Railway Express. Well, if you see the map, it might start from Lianyungang on the east, but actually there are also southwestern provinces, city like Chongqing. They also have got a different connection to Central Asia and then to Europe. So this China-Europe Railway Express has served as a strong anchor of stability in the global supply chain, where we can see the freight services and the cargo volumes increase hugely recently. And also we can see the cross-border e-commerce also increase tremendously because of this trend. And another example I can talk about, well, for sustainable development is actually the recent commissioning of the China-Lao high-speed railway. This is actually just a part of a network of railways. Well, there's a connectivity horizontally and vertically. So this railway can extend from Kunming through Vietnam, Thailand, Myanmar, Cambodia, and even southbound to Malaysia and Singapore. So, the importance, like this railway, is actually change the Laos from a landlocked country to a land-linked one. So that gives the Laos a lot of opportunities of trade and investment and development. So we can see the milestones of such cooperation has been reported in other countries too. And these projects did enable the rapid development of the local economies in tourism, logistics, trade, energy, and other industries, and promote the regional integration and facilitate the flow of goods, people, services, capital, and investment. And during the construction, then there are a lot of local employment that is being generated, well, during the construction and even after the commissioning. So we can see that there are a lot of positive impacts out of BRI. Of course, there are something that we need to improve. And if you see the recent trends, like Mr. Nepodou has mentioned, that there are green emphasis that has been stepped up, and there are international rules and standards that will be aligned with more actively, I mean, by the banks during their DD and risk assessment, to ensure that actually the projects are going to be sustainable, environmentally, economically, financially. And as far as I know, actually, the BRI adopted an open stance to allow more countries to join this BRI construction. And also I know that there are a lot of efforts going to be stepped up to give more deliverables in areas of 5G, big data, and cross-border e-commerce, and helping those developing countries to bridge the digital divide. So yeah, that's what I can talk about.
Thank you. So, thank you for this updates, Ms. Sun. I would like to now follow up on the issue of environmental sustainability, environmental dimension, and specifically climate, and the role of regional integration alliances in that, in moving all of us towards more sustainable future and more stable climate. Again, EU is on the forefront here, of course, so there are many initiatives, as we all know. Just as one example, there is this carbon adjustment, border adjustment mechanism that has been put in place and will be rolled over very soon. By doing that, the EU tries to not just provide technologies and provide solutions, but also influence the demand on those, right, outside of the EU. So other alliances and unions are not doing that, as far as I know. Do you think they should play a bigger role in this kind of activities? And in general, what kind of role should they play in helping us to solve the climate problem? Maybe I address first this question to Christoph.
I know Chris is going to backfire on that. So yes, I think very empathetic. Yes, we need more cooperation on addressing climate change. This is not something that can be done by one country alone, and particularly when we look at the Eurasia countries, I think many countries are not able or even kind of in a position to really influence what's happening in the global climate. So it really requires cooperation in order to make a move. Now, sometimes we think it's kind of a burden to talk about kind of this transition of industries. But actually, in many regards, it's an opportunity in terms of actually investing in our future in terms of renewable energy, which generates, in general, more jobs than the fossil fuel industry. It is cheaper to produce electricity with renewable energy in most places, including in China. So there's also kind of just from a cost of electricity, which is the basis of our economy, it is also beneficial. So right now we have the reason for high electricity prices is not because we have too much renewable energy, it's because we have too little renewable energy and because we have to pay high gas and coal prices. If we would have more renewable energy, it would be beneficial for us. So there's a huge opportunity in investing across the board. And there's, particularly in Eurasia, actually, there's a number of different opportunities and also initiatives to try to utilize some of the wind and solar energy that is there in this kind of vast area, and then try to export either directly electricity or green hydrogen into the main consumer markets. So there is a lot of future technology, future investments, future jobs that can be had if we kind of have the ability to trade and to invest across the region. So I do think it's hugely important. The challenge is, how do we make it fair and a just transition? How do we get the people involved who are currently working potentially in coal or other fossil fuels? And how do we also get, one of the biggest challenges that we see, particularly in ASEAN, is how do we get the state-owned enterprises involved? The state-owned enterprises hold most of the assets in the electricity and energy sector. They hold a lot of the underground resources. They hold a lot of the production capacity. How do we reduce the risk for them that their assets become stranded, worthless, and therefore, and also, of course, you have macroprudential risk for the whole economy if suddenly the state-owned enterprises are becoming worthless. So how do we manage these transition risks also from a financial perspective? And this is something that a number of different institutions, including the ADB and many others, are actually really trying to work on how to, for example, retire coal plants early and how to do that fair. So there's a lot of cooperation needed in order to do that, a lot of financing cooperation needed in order to actually finance also this transition.
Chris, specifically the regional integrations, what kind of role should they play in that, what Christoph just explained to us? Of course, all of that has to happen, and it can happen at the national level. But what exactly is the role, or should be the role, of regional integrations in this process? How can they facilitate that?
Okay, let me answer that by taking one step back first. We're talking about multilateral cooperation here. Cooperation is actually when different groups sit down together and discuss what they want to achieve, and where you find alignment, you'll join hands and you'll run off into the sunset together, and where you don't have alignment, you'll try and bridge the gaps between you somehow. Unfortunately, Europe is not into that sort of discussion. Europe is more into, this is what we're doing, and you lot out there, just do as you're told, please. To save the planet. Whereas if you're sitting in Southeast Asia, you're hearing this message, and all you're seeing is a series of very protectionist sticks coming towards you to hit you very, very hard. Now, in Southeast Asia, there is work being done on climate change stuff. It may not be happening at the same pace or the same depth that we see in Europe, but it is being done. ASEAN does have its circular economy framework out there. It has a framework looking at energy transition stuff as well. There is work being done on finance, and the ADB has its energy transition mechanism, which they're piloting in Indonesia and Vietnam. This is to buy up coal-fired power stations and retire them early, and use the money to put back into renewables. So there is quite a lot being done out there, but the two sides aren't talking to each other enough. The EU is not selling what it's trying to do, and it's seen as a stick, and there are no carrots with it. ASEAN is not listening to what Europe is doing, and doesn't really want to listen. It's hearing problems all the time, rather than seeing solutions and opportunities. Christoph's right. This whole climate change stuff does present economic opportunity. It does present opportunity for different types of jobs to be coming out in the future. And there needs to be a lot more discussion. Different sides need to be talking together a lot more than they currently are.
Thank you, thank you. I cannot agree more with that. I think, Mr. Chair, in context of what has just been said, a simpler format and scheme for cooperation could be to cooperate on multiple dimensions at the same time. And I think this model was tried in the past in many places in the world. So if you cooperate on trade, if you cooperate on investment, it's very easy to add one more dimension, let's say climate. In reality, we see that this is not working like this. Countries or different unions and alliances may have agreements on some dimensions and very strong disagreements on others. How is this possible to still promote cooperation, or is this possible to promote cooperation in those areas where they agree, and recognize that they don't agree in some other areas, but still cooperate on issues where they agree? Or this is a wishful thinking and not possible? And
yeah, it is wishful thinking.
Do you think?
I have always thought there's two sort of cooperation. One is cooperation on voluntary basis, because they are afraid of negative impact on their reputation, perception. That's what is happening among similar market economy democracies, OECD members. But we have seen a different level of cooperation. There, you are given incentive to the members. So if you are not going to comply with agreement, so if you decide not to cooperate, there will be penalty. So we have seen this sort of trade agreement, and there is a structure in terms of reciprocity. Access is exchanged for technology, capacity building, and assistance, and so on and so forth. So if you try to apply one of those two concepts I don't really believe, the climate change is something you can resolve through voluntary cooperation. So that means you have to incentivize. So I think we have tried Kyoto Protocol and Paris Agreement. They've seen, they've gone. So in that context, what you have just mentioned, cross-border adjustment, even though it has all unilateral, but it contains certain element of, instead of the asking compliance on the other side, at the same time, you have to make sure you're going to pursue big fish, not small fish. What I mean by big fish, there are only 3 big fish when it comes to climate change, right? And then for those small fish, you should allow a long grace period. In the meantime, very generous about capacity building, technical assistance. Then I think it's better than you expecting Democrat after Democrat will be owner of, White House in the USA. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for this advice. We have just very few minutes left in this session. Time flies very fast. I want to ask my last question to all panelists and ask you also to keep your answer very, very short. Basically, the question is, what is the future of multilateral cooperation and regional integration? How do you imagine it in 20 years from now? Very short answer. And may I ask Ms. Soon to start?
Thank you, Elena. I think I just touched upon a little bit. I think the multilateral cooperation is strongly needed in the short term and the long term, because those pressing issues will not go away without this multilateral cooperation. And we still want to have got more negotiations, dialogues and consultations in a more diplomatic way instead of increased geopolitical tensions. So yeah, I definitely believe that the multilateral cooperation will be strengthened.
Thank you. That's very nice to hear this positive view. Mr. Nedapil.
So I think the UN system will survive in some ways or another. I think what we're seeing already, and I think that's an interesting and good trend, that we have multi-layered international collaboration. So for example, for the banking system, we have the Network for Green in the Financial System of all the central banks. Then we have G-funds, which is much more bottom-up from the banking sector. And then therefore we have kind of multi-layered on different levels, on the private sector, sector level, and then kind of really on the national level. And so I think this form of multilateral collaboration is very fruitful and can lead to good results also for different sectors.
Thank you. Chris?
This microphone, I think, is working now. Okay. My view, I think we're in for a bit of a rocky period short term in terms of multilateral interregional cooperation. Like Ms. Sun, I do hope going forward things get better and get easier. I just come hot foot from an ASEAN economic ministers meeting where when all their dialogue partners turned up, 7 out of the 10 ASEAN ministers promptly left. And that's because they said they were just too busy. And that's a pretty poor signal to be giving out. But I do think the need for cooperation is so great between different blocs and between different countries. We all, for the sake of humanity, I think, and for the sake of peace going forward, we all need to make sure that cooperation grows and continues.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, no doubt. Need for cooperation is, the very, very great. But the reason for not it is happening is quite obvious and ever increasing. I'm a firm believer in multilateralism, but for obvious reasons, we don't see large-scale multilateralism such as WTO or the mega trade deal. It's not going to happen within next, the 2 decades, if you will. But instead, I think as long as we try to pursue, survival, stability, and prosperity like this forum is doing, I tend to believe we have strong chance of betting on small-scale multilateralism among like-minded people, like-minded countries.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, the panelists. Thank you, the audience. It was really very exciting conversation. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well done.
Ms. Robenskaya, thank you very much for the excellent moderating and making the panel discussion an interesting and informative session for all attendees. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for lunch. Then we will proceed with the last session of the 2022 Budapest Eurasia Forum. Our final session will be dedicated to education, as speakers will explore how student and teacher mobility, cross-border educational innovations, multilateral university partnerships can contribute to the rise of competitive, sustainable, and knowledge-based Eurasian economies. Stay with us for deeper insight on this fascinating topic. For our guests here in Budapest, we hope you enjoy your lunch and have time to discuss all the thought-provoking panels and chats of today.
The world is in change. Global pandemic, volatile financial market, trade decline. How does Asia lead the world's economy in the new era? Boao Forum for Asia Annual Conference 2022. Together for development and a shared future for all.
In October 1972, representatives from across the world met in London to sign the Charter establishing the International Institute for Applied Systems Analysis, known as IASA. It was the culmination of 6 years' effort by US President Lyndon Johnson and USSR Premier Alexei Kosygin and marked the beginning of a remarkable project to use scientific cooperation to build bridges across the Cold War divide and to confront growing global problems on an international scale. IASA was forged in the name of science diplomacy, and today it still regards science diplomacy as a key tool to help build trust between nations and support foreign policies.
Science diplomacy can succeed when other channels sometimes are not successful. I think the successes that I've seen and sometimes participated in gives me confidence that I think there's always a role to play for science diplomacy. Because I think the one thing that science has managed to do consistently throughout that period was to act as a soft form of diplomacy in a sense. In other words, where it could actually open up doors, start conversations and start bridge building.
Science diplomacy is shown in 3 dimensions. First, science for diplomacy. Scientific cooperation improves international relations. Second is science in diplomacy. Science provides advice to inform foreign policy. And third is diplomacy for science, when diplomacy facilitates international scientific cooperation. All these 3 dimensions are present at IASA.
One example is IASA's project called Challenges and Opportunities of Economic Integration within a wider European and Eurasian space. In this project, we focused on the future of economic ties between the European Union and the Eurasian Economic Union. The science for diplomacy contribution of IASA in this case was to bring parties with very different views into a dialogue. Through this dialogue, they built trust, which was very critical in the political reality of that time.
A recent example of science diplomacy in action at the Institute is the IASA and International Science Council consultative platform.
I thank the International Institute for Applied Systems Analysis and the International Science Council for bringing us all together for the first advisory board meeting of the IASA ISOC consultative platform.
And the idea was to learn from what was happening from the COVID-19 crisis, to see if we could look at some of the things that we could preserve. But the most important thing was to try to see if we could prioritize the areas for transformation that could help us to build a more sustainable and equitable world. Within a fairly short period of time, we were able to put together online consultations that gathered some 350 experts in science, in practitioners, and in policymakers.
We need to cooperate and collaborate more effectively than ever before.
IASA has the potential not just to be a player among others in science diplomacy, but it has the legitimacy to exercise global leadership.
As a scientific institution, we can only put the scientific facts on the table. The science is not negotiable. What is negotiable is the way that that's used and the way that different countries or different societies may choose to harness the science for their own benefit. And there's always a little bit of room for maneuver there, because at the end of the day, political decision making is not just about science. It's also about the economy, and it's always going to be about people. It's not just about science. I think science needs to make its case, and science needs to put its best foot forward, and science needs to try and demonstrate why it's in the interest of societies to adopt a worldview that embraces science.
We see the opportunities, we see the necessities to launch a new creative vehicle called CBDC.
The design features and safeguards around a CBDC, they do have to reflect best internationally prescribed standards, among others for financial stability, cyber resilience, and financial inclusion and access.
For researchers like myself who look at the political economy of finance and financial technology, Shanghai is definitely an important location and one that shouldn't be missed. So Fudan being at the heart of Shanghai, both at the academic and market side of finance, makes a big difference.
Shanghai is definitely a very good destination for foreigners to visit this country and to learn about China.
It's been really great to meet so many people across the Fudan community, from undergraduates to graduates to postdoctoral scholars and professors. And I think the space here at FDI is wonderful to work at. I'm able to work at different coffee shops in front of the lawn around Guanghua Lowell in this building, and it's just been a wealth of people, ideas, and places here that I've been very grateful for.
As a university academic, there's a danger that we would stay in a small circle of people who think the same way, that we live in the library. FDDI as a think tank was very useful for me to meet people in the business sector, meet people in political sectors, and I could bring their opinions into my research.
The international environment for the job market is very difficult at the moment for early career scholars, and I really wanted something that would give me an edge. And in fact, the FDDI program provided me with that edge.
What I liked about FDDI was that I had a chance to meet other experts of several areas, and also the audience at my two presentations was quite interactive, which I liked. For example, at my presentation about how the Belt and Road Initiative impacts the energy security of China, we discussed security issues involved.
We have a very unique style of work here. It's very friendly, academic, highly recreational and interchanging. For example, we go out and see places, we share our experiences of life together, we take photographs, we take videos, and then we laugh.
So at FDDI, there was a lot of freedom to work. We had good facilities. The staff was really, really helpful. I think if you really want to do any good visiting fellowship in China, FDDI gives you the best.
It's pretty clear that, that China and Shanghai and Fudan University is a very, very, very dynamic place. Have never experienced such a dynamic institution as Fudan University, and that's also encouraging for me. China is a leading power in economy, but becoming very soon, I guess, also a leading power in academic research and teaching.
The program is an epitome of the diversity in Fudan. We have brilliant people from both academia and industry, and we have achievements in both research and practices. Diversity is always the key word here in FDDI, and that is why how we win top talents and inspire great ideas here.
Connecting people, sharing knowledge.
Connecting people, sharing knowledge.
Connecting people,
sharing knowledge.
UMFIF, the official Monetary and Financial Institutions Forum, is an independent think tank for central banking, economic policy, and public investment. A neutral platform for best practice in worldwide public and private sector engages. With teams in London, Singapore, and the US, UMFIF focuses on global policy and investment themes relating to central banks, sovereign funds, pension funds, regulators, and treasuries. Global public investors with investable assets of $39.5 trillion are at the heart of our network. Membership offers insight through analysis and meetings. UMFIF analysis draws on expertise from our in-house specialists and a global network of public and private sector members. Many UMFIF meetings, held under the UMFIF rules, take place within central banks and other official institutions. Over the last year, we have hosted high-level speakers, including the Chief Economist of the ECB, Federal Reserve Bank presidents, the Deputy Governor of the Bank of England, the President of the Deutsche Bundesbank, and the Chief Economist at GIC, Singapore's sovereign fund. To join us as a member or to find out more, email Chris Ostrowski, Chief Revenue Officer, on the address on the screen.
面向未来的一切机遇与挑战，复旦大学将以一流大学的本质担当为主线，提升育人和科研能级，为民族、国家、全球立德树人，全面彰显社会贡献力。
Shanghai Forum 2021 is requested to accumulate the collective wisdom indispensable in drawing a new future-oriented roadmap to guide a path ahead for Asia and the global community.
As highlighted by this year's theme, Asia has an important
role to play. Asia demonstrated a remarkable resilience during the pandemic.
我们需要上海论坛发出亚洲声音，融汇全球观点。我们相互理解差异，重塑共识，这代表了我们的韧性，有利于亚洲和世界全面复苏的更快到来。
And my main theme, which I like to emphasize always, is global cooperation. This is no time for geopolitical conflict. This is no time for divisions between the major powers. This is the time for global cooperation.
If all of us, 7.8 billion, are on the same goal, and then we are suffering these common problems of COVID-19, we are suffering common problems of climate change, then what we should be doing is cooperating.
The pandemic has shown that the distance from basic research to innovation is indeed shorter than we often envisage. We believe that science and innovation will be strengthened through a more continuous collaboration.
亚洲价值强调社会与国家的利益优先于个人的利益，同时国家要尊重个人。民主的关键不是一人一票，而是选出好的政府，真正为人民服务的政府。
The dollar, the euro, the Japanese yen, the Chinese RMB, and so forth, the pound, British pound, will all have a digital version. That's what we call CBDC. These are sovereign currencies. These will be the dominant force in the new global monetary system.
Now, 新冠疫情仍在世界范围内肆虐，我们比以往任何时候都更加迫切的需要相互的沟通与理解，团结与协作。
Planet Earth is our home and our most valued treasure. It is the responsibility of today's society to preserve it for generations to come. Humanity is continuously seeking ways to do more in this regard. And Hungary, as well as MNB, must play its part in these efforts. According to an international survey, our country is currently the 19th amongst the European Union countries in terms of progress towards achieving the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. We still have much to accomplish in terms of clean energy, tackling climate change, and the protection of terrestrial ecosystems. In addition, relative to other European Union countries, our economy is more vulnerable to environmental issues. All this clearly shows that we must restructure our economy, in which MNB plays a key role by facilitating the financing of investments. We must support the adaptation of the economy and mitigate the consequences of climate change, as well as reduce the funding of activities harmful to the environment. To this end, in 2019, MNB established the Green Programme to support the domestic financial sector in measuring, managing, and reducing the risks arising from climate change and other environmental degradation. We formulated new recommendations and regulations to reduce these risks, as well as to expand green finance. Furthermore, 2020 saw the introduction of an innovative preferential capital treatment for housing loans to enable commercial banks to provide favorable mortgage loans for energy-efficient properties. In the corporate segment, MNB has been focusing on renewable energy and corporate green bonds by expanding the preferential treatment scheme, while also placing special emphasis on capacity building. The Green Programme is also aimed at providing market players with an appropriate supply of professionals and expertise. In this regard, MNB is cooperating with various organizations to support multiple domestic and international training programs. And thanks to its professional assistance, 4 Hungarian universities have launched green finance courses. Apart from MNB's measures, the European Union regulations and global initiatives are also rapidly shaping our lives. The changes which have been set in motion might allow us to leave the planet in a better shape for the future generations.
Geopolitics, History, Economics. The book titled American Empire versus European Dream by György Matolcsy, the governor of the Central Bank of Hungary, has been released. Providing a broad perspective, it analyzes the process of how the American empire became the world's #1 superpower, what motivations other major players in geopolitics had, how the European Union attempted to compensate the hegemon status of the American empire, and how the European dream shattered at the dawn of a new world order. You can find the answers to these questions, as well as many important and topical issues, in György Matolcsy's new book, which has already achieved international success. The book is available in bookstores or online, in the webshop of Paulus Athéné Publishing House, or on Amazon.com.
The world is in change. Global pandemic, volatile financial market, trade decline. How does Asia lead the world's economy in the new era? Boao Forum for Asia Annual Conference 2022. Together for development and a shared future for all.
In October 1972, representatives from across the world met in London to sign the charter establishing the International Institute for Applied Systems Analysis, known as IASA. It was the culmination of 6 years' effort by US President Lyndon Johnson and USSR Premier Alexei Kosygin, and marked the beginning of a remarkable project to use scientific cooperation to build bridges across the Cold War divide and to confront growing global problems on an international scale. IASA was forged in the name of science diplomacy, and today it still regards science diplomacy as a key tool to help build trust between nations and support foreign policies.
Science diplomacy can succeed when other channels sometimes are not successful. I think the successes that I've seen and sometimes participated in gives me confidence that I think there's always a role to play for science diplomacy. Because I think the one thing that science has managed to do consistently throughout that period was to act as a soft form of diplomacy in a sense. In other words, where it could actually open up doors, start conversations and start bridge building.
Science diplomacy is shown in 3 dimensions. First, science for diplomacy. Scientific cooperation improves international relations. Second is science in diplomacy. Science provides advice to inform foreign policy. And third is diplomacy for science, when diplomacy facilitates international scientific cooperation. All these three dimensions are present at EASA.
One example is EASA's project called Challenges and Opportunities of Economic Integration within a wider European and Eurasian space. In this project, we focused on the future of economic ties between the European Union and the Eurasian Economic Union. The Science for Diplomacy contribution of EASA in this case was to bring parties with very different views into a dialogue. Through this dialogue, they built trust, which was very critical in the political reality of that time.
A recent example of science diplomacy in action at the Institute is the IASA and International Science Council consultative platform.
I thank the International Institute for Applied Systems Analysis and the International Science Council for bringing us all together for the first advisory board meeting of the IASA-ISC consultative platform.
And the idea was to learn from what was happening from the COVID-19 crisis, to see if we could look at some of the things that we could preserve. But the most important thing was to try to see if we could prioritize the areas for transformation that could help us to build a more sustainable and equitable world. Within a fairly short period of time, we were able to put together online consultations that gathered some 350 experts in science, in practitioners, and in policymakers.
We need to cooperate and collaborate more effectively than ever before.
EASA has the potential not just to be a player among others in science diplomacy, but it has the legitimacy to exercise global leadership.
As a scientific institution, we can only put the scientific facts on the table. The science is not negotiable. What is negotiable is the way that that's used and the way that different countries or different societies may choose to harness the science for their own benefit. And there's always a little bit of room for maneuver there, because at the end of the day, political decision making is not just about science. It's also about the economy, and it's always going to be about people. It's not just about science. I think science needs to make its case, and science needs to put its best foot forward, and science needs to try and demonstrate why it's in the interest of societies to adopt a worldview that embraces science.
We see the opportunities, we see the necessities to launch a new creative vehicle called CBDC.
The design features and safeguards around a CBDC, they do have to reflect best internationally prescribed standards, among others for financial stability, cyber resilience, and financial inclusion and access.
For researchers like myself who look at the political economy of finance and financial technology, Shanghai is definitely an important location and one that shouldn't be missed. So Fudan being at the heart of Shanghai, both at the academic and market side of finance, makes a big difference.
Shanghai is definitely a very good destination for foreigners to visit this country and to learn about China.
It's been really great to meet so many people across the Fudan community, from undergraduates to graduates to postdoctoral scholars and professors. And I think the space here at FTDI is wonderful to work at. I'm able to work at different coffee shops in front of the lawn around Guanghua Lowell in this building, and it's just been a wealth of people, ideas, and places here that I've been very grateful for.
As a university academic, there's a danger that we would stay in a small circle of people who think the same way, that we live in the library. FDDI as a think tank was very useful for me to meet people in the business sector, meet people in political sectors, and I could bring their opinions into my research.
The international environment for the job market is very difficult at the moment for early career scholars, and I really wanted something that would give me an edge. And in fact, the FDDI program provided me with that edge.
What I liked about FDDI was that I had a chance to meet other experts of several areas, and also the audience at my two presentations was quite interactive, which I liked. For example, at my presentation about how the Belt and Road Initiative impacts the energy security of China, we discussed security issues involved.
We have a very unique style of work here. It's very friendly, academic, highly recreational and interchanging. For example, we go out and see places, we share our experiences of life together, we take photographs, we take videos, and then we laugh.
So at FDDI, there was a lot of freedom to work. We had good facilities. The staff was really, really helpful. I think if you really want to do any good visiting fellowship in China, FDDI gives you the best.
It's pretty clear that, that China and Shanghai and Fudan University is a very, very, very dynamic place. Have never experienced such a dynamic institution as Fudan University, and that's also encouraging for me. China is a leading power in economy, but becoming very soon, I guess, also a leading power in academic research and teaching.
The program is an epitome of the diversity in Fudan. We have brilliant people from both academia and industry, and we have achievements in both research and practices. Diversity is always the key word here at FDDI, and that is how we win top talents and inspire great ideas here.
Connecting people, sharing knowledge.
Connecting people, sharing knowledge.
Connecting people, sharing knowledge.
UMFIF, the official Monetary and Financial Institutions Forum, is an independent think tank for central banking, economic policy and public investment, a neutral platform for best practice in worldwide public and private sector engages. With teams in London, Singapore and the US, UMFIF focuses on global policy and investment themes relating to central banks, sovereign funds, pension funds, regulators and treasuries. Global public investors with investable assets of $39.5 trillion are at the heart of our network. Membership offers insight through analysis and meetings. UMFIF analysis draws on expertise from our in-house specialists and a global network of public and private sector members. Many UMFIF meetings, held under the UMFIF rules, take place within central banks and other official institutions. Over the last year, we have hosted high-level speakers, including the Chief Economist of the ECB, Federal Reserve Bank presidents, the Deputy Governor of the Bank of England, the President of the Deutsche Bundesbank, and the Chief Economist at GIC, Singapore's sovereign fund. To join us as a member or to find out more, email Chris Ostrowski, Chief Revenue Officer, on the address on the screen.
面向未来的一切机遇与挑战，复旦大学将以一流大学的本质，担当为主线，提升育人和科研能级，为民族、国家、全球立德树人，全面彰显社会贡献力。
Shanghai Forum 2021 is requested to accumulate the collective wisdom indispensable in drawing a new future-oriented roadmap to guide a path ahead for Asia and the global community.
As I'm highlighted by this year's theme, the Asia has an important role to play. The Asia demonstrated a remarkable resilience during the pandemic.
我们需要上海论坛发出亚洲声音，融汇全球观点。我们相互理解差异，重塑共识，这代表了我们的韧性，有利于亚洲和世界全面复苏的更快到来。
And my main theme, which I like to emphasize always, is global cooperation. This is no time for geopolitical conflict. This is no time for divisions between the major powers. This is the time for global cooperation.
If all of us, 7.8 billion, are on the same boat, and then we are suffering these common problems of COVID-19, we are suffering the common problems of climate change, and what we should be doing is cooperating.
The pandemic has shown that the distance from basic research to innovation is indeed shorter than we often envisage. We believe that science and innovation will be strengthened through a more continuous collaboration.
亚洲价值强调社会与国家的利益优先于个人的利益，同时国家要尊重个人。民主的关键不是一人一票，而是选出好的政府，真正为人民服务的政府。
The dollar, the euro, the Japanese yen, the Chinese RMB, and so forth, the pound, British pound, will all have a digital version. That's what we call CBDC. These are sovereign currencies. These will be the dominant force in the new global monetary system.
Now, 新冠疫情仍在世界范围内肆虐，我们比以往任何时候都更加迫切的需要相互的沟通与理解，团结与协作。
Planet Earth is our home and our most valued treasure. It is the responsibility of today's society to preserve it for generations to come. humanity is continuously seeking ways to do more in this regard. And Hungary, as well as MNB, must play its part in these efforts. According to an international survey, our country is currently the 19th amongst the European Union countries in terms of progress towards achieving the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. We still have much to accomplish in terms of clean energy, tackling climate change, and the protection of terrestrial ecosystems. In addition, relative to other European Union countries, our economy is more vulnerable to environmental issues. All this clearly shows that we must restructure our economy, in which MNB plays a key role by facilitating the financing of investments. We must support the adaptation of the economy and mitigate the consequences of climate change, as well as reduce the funding of activities harmful to the environment. To this end, in 2019, MNB established the Green Programme to support the domestic financial sector in measuring, managing, and reducing the risks arising from climate change and other environmental degradation. We formulated new recommendations and regulations to reduce these risks, as well as to expand green finance. Furthermore, 2020 saw the introduction of an innovative preferential capital treatment for housing loans to enable commercial banks to provide favorable mortgage loans for energy-efficient properties. In the corporate segment, MNB has been focusing on renewable energy and corporate green bonds by expanding the preferential treatment scheme, while also placing special emphasis on capacity building. The Green Programme is also aimed at providing market players with an appropriate supply of professionals and expertise. In this regard, MNB is cooperating with various organizations to support multiple domestic and international training programs. And thanks to its professional assistance, 4 Hungarian universities have launched green finance courses. Apart from MNB's measures, the European Union regulations and global initiatives are also rapidly shaping our lives. The changes which have been set in motion might allow us to leave the planet in a better shape for the future generations.
Geopolitics, History, Economics. The book titled American Empire versus European Dream by Gergely, the governor of the Central Bank of Hungary, has been released. Providing a broad perspective, it analyzes the process of how the American empire became the world's #1 superpower, what motivations other major players in geopolitics had, how the European Union attempted to compensate the hegemon status of the American empire, and how the European dream shattered at the dawn of a new world order. You can find the answers to these questions, as well as many important and topical issues, in Gergely's new book, which has already achieved international success. The book is available in bookstores or online, in the webshop of Paulos Otene Publishing House, or on Amazon.com.
The world is in change. Global pandemic, volatile financial market, trade decline. How does Asia lead the world's economy in the new era? Boao Forum for Asia Annual Conference 2022. Together for development and a shared future for all.
In October 1972, representatives from across the world met in London to sign the charter establishing the International Institute for Applied Systems Analysis, known as IASA. It was the culmination of 6 years' effort by US President Lyndon Johnson and USSR Premier Alexei Kosygin, and marked the beginning of a remarkable project to use scientific cooperation to build bridges across the Cold War divide and to confront growing global problems on an international scale. IASA was forged in the name of science diplomacy, and today it still regards science diplomacy as a key tool to help build trust between nations and support foreign policies.
Science diplomacy can succeed when other channels sometimes are not successful. I think the successes that I've seen and sometimes participated in gives me confidence that I think there's always a role to play for science diplomacy. Because I think the one thing that science has managed to do consistently throughout that period was to act as a soft form of diplomacy in a sense. In other words, where it could actually open up doors, start conversations and start bridge building.
Science diplomacy is shown in 3 dimensions. First, science for diplomacy. Scientific cooperation improves international relations. Second is science in diplomacy. Science provides advice to inform foreign policy. And third is diplomacy for science, when diplomacy facilitates international scientific cooperation. All these three dimensions are present at EASA.
One example is EASA's project called Challenges and Opportunities of Economic Integration within a wider European and Eurasian space. In this project, we focused on the future of economic ties between the European Union and the Eurasian Economic Union. The Science for Diplomacy contribution of EASA in this case was to bring parties with very different views into a dialogue. Through this dialogue, they built trust, which was very critical in the political reality of that time.
A recent example of science diplomacy in action at the Institute is the IASA and International Science Council consultative platform.
I thank the International Institute for Applied Systems Analysis and the International Science Council for bringing us all together for the first advisory board meeting of the EASA-ISC consultative platform.
And the idea was to learn from what was happening from the COVID-19 crisis, to see if we could look at some of the things that we could preserve. But the most important thing was to try to see if we could prioritize the areas for transformation that could help us to build a more sustainable and equitable world. Within a fairly short period of time, we were able to put together online consultations that gathered some 350 experts in science, in practitioners, and in policymakers.
We need to cooperate and collaborate more effectively than ever before.
EASA has the potential not just to be a player among others in science diplomacy, but it has the legitimacy to exercise global leadership.
As a scientific institution, we can only put the scientific facts on the table. The science is not negotiable. What is negotiable is the way that that's used and the way that different countries or different societies may choose to harness the science for their own benefit. And there's always a little bit of room for maneuver there, because at the end of the day, political decision making is not just about science. It's also about the economy, and it's always going to be about people. It's not just about science. I think science needs to make its case, and science needs to put its best foot forward, and science needs to try and demonstrate why it's in the interest of societies to adopt a worldview that embraces science.
We see the opportunities, we see the necessities to launch a new creative vehicle called CBDC.
The design features and safeguards around a CBDC, they do have to reflect best internationally prescribed standards, among others for financial stability, cyber resilience, and financial inclusion and access.
For researchers like myself who look at the political economy of finance and financial technology, Shanghai is definitely an important location and one that shouldn't be missed. So Fudan being at the heart of Shanghai, both at the academic and market side of finance, makes a big difference.
Shanghai is definitely a very good destination for foreigners to visit this country and to learn about China.
It's been really great to meet so many people across the Fudan community, from undergraduates to graduates to postdoctoral scholars and professors. And I think the space here at FTI is wonderful to work at. I'm able to work at different coffee shops in front of the lawn around Guanghua Lowell in this building, and it's just been a wealth of people, ideas, and places here that I've been very grateful for.
As a university academic, there's a danger that we would stay in a small circle of people who think the same way, that we live in the library. FDDI as a think tank was very useful for me to meet people in the business sector, meet people in political sectors, and I could bring their opinions into my research.
The international environment for the job market is very difficult at the moment for early career scholars, and I really wanted something that would give me an edge. And in fact, the FDDI program provided me with that edge.
What I liked about FDDI was that I had a chance to meet other experts of several areas, and also the audience at my two presentations was quite interactive, which I liked. For example, at my presentation about how the Belt and Road Initiative impacts the energy security of China, we discussed security issues involved.
We have a very unique style of work here. It's very friendly, academic, highly recreational and interchanging. For example, we go out and see places, we share our experiences of life together, we take photographs, we take videos, and then we laugh.
So at FDDI, there was a lot of freedom to work. We had good facilities. The staff was really, really helpful. I think if you really want to do any good visiting fellowship in China, FDDI gives you the best.
It's pretty clear that, that China and Shanghai and Fudan University is a very, very, very dynamic place. Have never experienced such a dynamic institution as Fudan University, and that's also encouraging for me. China is a leading power in economy, but becoming very soon, I guess, also a leading power in academic research and teaching.
The program is an epitome of the diversity in Fudan. We have brilliant people from both academia and industry, and we have achievements in both research and practices. Diversity is always the key word here at FDDI, and that is why how we win top talents and inspire great ideas here.
Connecting people, sharing knowledge.
Connecting people, sharing knowledge.
Connecting people, sharing knowledge.
UMFIF, the official Monetary and Financial Institutions Forum, is an independent think tank for central banking, economic policy and public investment, a neutral platform for best practice in worldwide public and private sector engages. With teams in London, Singapore and the US, UMFIF focuses on global policy and investment themes relating to central banks, sovereign funds, pension funds, regulators and treasuries. Global public investors with investable assets of $39.5 trillion are at the heart of our network. Membership offers insight through analysis and meetings. UMFIF analysis draws on expertise from our in-house specialists and a global network of public and private sector members. Many UMFIF meetings, held under the UMFIF rules, take place within central banks and other official institutions. Over the last year, we have hosted high-level speakers, including the Chief Economist of the ECB, Federal Reserve Bank presidents, the Deputy Governor of the Bank of England, the President of the Deutsche Bundesbank, and the Chief Economist at GIC, Singapore's sovereign fund. To join us as a member or to find out more, email Chris Ostrowski, Chief Revenue Officer, on the address on the screen.
面向未来的一切机遇与挑战，复旦大学将以一流大学的本质，担当为主线，提升育人和科研能级，为民族、国家、全球立德树人，全面彰显社会贡献力。
Shanghai Forum 2021 is requested to accumulate the collective wisdom indispensable in drawing a new future-oriented roadmap to guide a path ahead for Asia and the global community.
As highlighted by this year's theme, Asia has an important role to play. Asia demonstrated a remarkable resilience during the pandemic.
我们需要上海论坛发出亚洲声音，融汇全球观点。我们相互理解差异，重塑共识，这代表了我们的韧性，有利于亚洲和世界全面复苏的更快到来。
And my main theme, which I like to emphasize always, is global cooperation. This is no time for geopolitical conflict. This is no time for divisions between the major powers. This is the time for global cooperation.
If all of us, 7.8 billion, are on the same boat, and then we are suffering these common problems of COVID-19, we are suffering the common problems of climate change, and what we should be doing is cooperating.
The pandemic has shown that the distance from basic research to innovation is indeed shorter than we often envisage. We believe that science and innovation will be strengthened through a more continuous collaboration.
亚洲价值强调。
Dear audience, welcome back to the Budapest Eurasia Forum 2022. After a lovely lunch, we now have moved on to our last session, which is based on education. In the panel titled, Education, we're going to watch a small video.
Education is indispensable for economic growth. Cross-border education programs are empowering the fusion of ideas and different perspectives, enriching the Eurasian cultural capital, deepening mutual understanding between nations, and strengthening the cooperation between future generations. How can student and teacher mobility contribute to economic development? What role do multilateral university partnerships play in building a competitive education system?
In the panel titled, How Can People-to-People Exchanges Serve the Economic Development of Eurasia?, our distinguished speakers will discuss how student and teacher mobility can contribute to the rise of competitive, sustainable, and knowledge-based Eurasian economies. As the panel will start with a fireside chat, let me please invite the moderator, Mr. Zoltán Dubéci, Chief Advisor to the Governor at MNB and Secretary General of the Hungarian Rectors Conference. Mr. Dubéci, it is our pleasure to see you here as the Secretary General of the Hungarian Rectors Conference. How do you see the international embeddedness of Hungarian universities, and why is internationalization so important for the Hungarian higher education system?
Thank you for the question. It's very easy to answer because Hungarian universities are very deeply involved in the international university life. Let's highlight some numbers, some examples. For example, just the number of students, international students. Here in Hungary, we have 280,000 students altogether, and among them 40,000 are foreigners. If we see the courses, we can say that since the last year developments made, all kinds of courses available in Hungary in English, either in bachelor or master or doctoral level. So we can say that every kind of courses or scientific fields are available in Hungary in English, and some of them are available in German language as well. But if you see the recent developments on the European level, you might have heard about that there is an initiative of the European Commission entitled the European Universities Network to put together European universities in one scene to establish joint research projects, joint study programs or double degree programs, and organize conferences together. And compared with the other countries in the region, we are very successful in this program because altogether 11 Hungarian universities taking part in this program. And also, just to mention, I mentioned the students, mentioned the professors. With the help of the central bank, just in the last 7-8 years, almost 200 visiting professors arrived to Hungary to teach in Hungarian universities. So the central bank itself did a lot to internationalize the Hungarian universities and the Hungarian higher education system. But if you see the students, unfortunately, our students are mainly, or 99% of them, focusing on Europe. So they are studying in Europe, traveling around in Europe, but very few students go to Asia or Central America or Latin America. And we try to explore the opportunities. How can we extend their roots or their opportunities into other regions of the world? And we have here Professor Teneng Chai, the president of the National University of Singapore and US, and we will talk about, of course, these opportunities. Professor Ten is a mathematician. He was appointed to be the president of NUS in 2018, January of the 1st, but he's not just a passionate educator, but he's also a very experienced governor or president of the university, because for 11 years he has been the provost of the university. So his experience in leadership of one of the best universities of the world is very unique. I don't know anybody who has experience to leading world-class university almost 2 decades right now, and you have one more term coming in the near future, we hope so, together. So Professor Tan is a mathematician, and he's not just a professor, but also a member of Singapore's Future Economic Council. And there is an elite association of research universities, Universitas 21. And not 21, but 27 research universities are the member of this association, and Professor Tan is the chairperson of this association currently. So please, Professor, join me and start the conversation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here.
Thank you very much, Luca.
Thank you. My first question is about the virus. We will talk about the international mobility of students, professors, study programs, so internationalization of universities. But the virus itself in 2020 interrupted these developments. And my question is about that. What NUS doing to mitigate the learning losses to restore the level of mobility? And going back to 2020, what was the reaction of your university when the virus arrived to Singapore?
Well, thank you. First, I'd like to thank the Central Bank of Hungary for inviting me to this prestigious forum. I guess in 2020, there is a batch of students who actually has missed many of the face-to-face programs, including the travel overseas. Typically, pre-COVID, NUS will have about 2,400 to 500 students going overseas to one of our 300 partners for at least one semester. And we have another 3,000 to 4,000 would do short-term programs overseas, be it in Europe, in US, or in Asia. And that's actually for about 6,000 to 7,000 students. That year, they lost it. I mean, they weren't able to go anywhere because all borders, or most borders, were closed. All right. Fortunately, I think, like most universities, the community is very resilient, and we were able to adapt to online learning, which was not perfect, but with Zoom, with Teams, that actually worked to a certain extent. And students, I would say, are very tolerant of that. That professors are actually putting their best and trying to ensure that the student not lose as much, all right? And it's quite interesting that our teachers' feedback actually improved in the year 2020, 2021, all right, when we have actually almost all online learning. So the pandemic has actually taught us many lessons. One important lesson is that we need to be very agile as an organization. The pandemic, for instance, we would actually provide changes in the mitigations sometimes every other day, all right, depending on the virus situation. And for a big university like NUS with 55,000 people, this can be quite disruptive, all right, because you keep watching out. What's the next announcement? What are we supposed to do? And so on and so forth. But the thing is that, in a way, it is similar to what we see in the external environment outside, all right? The external environment has been changing very quickly. And to us, it is important that organizations, universities must have that agility to be able to change and respond appropriately to this. Take the example of NUS. In the last 2 years, actually, we did a lot of changes. In fact, we did more changes in the last 2 years than, say, in the last 10 years.
In Hungary, our experience is that mainly those scientific fields were very, very difficult to change the curriculum or the approach itself or the teaching methods, which are very practice-oriented, for example, medicine or some sciences or arts. And how could you do it, for example, in the field of medicine, because you have two medical schools? So I think it was very difficult to accommodate into the new situation, because it's, you know, dentistry or medicine is very much practice-oriented. So studying dentistry, just watching on a screen is not an easy task.
Universities are not so easy to manage because universities, I always called it a talent organization. You have many, many bright people, but many of them can be stubborn. So to ensure that they buy in, you really need to spend a lot of time trying to talk to them and convince them. I guess I was fortunate in the case of NUS, and you have earlier mentioned that I was 11 years as the provost. So I do know the university pretty well. I know the heads of department. I know who are the deputy heads. So a lot of time was actually spent talking to faculty members, impressing them on the need to change, right? And I see that the pandemic is also a good time for change, because the pandemic leaves people in the state that, oh dear, what are we going to do next? You know, you feel that you are being subjugated, right, to do certain things. And there's a need to change their mindset to say that instead of being subjugated, put you in your driver's seat, and then you drive. And that's what I tried to do, that let's change. And I was fortunate that I managed to get people to come along, many people to come along.
NUS has several programs supporting mobility of international students, and the student exchange program is the largest among these programs. What is behind the success of this student exchange program?
It's something which has evolved over the last 20 years. I remember the very first time I became a vice dean in the Faculty of Science. I was actually traveling to many universities, trying to persuade them to sign partnership agreements or MOUs for exchange of students. And I have to answer tough questions. Why do we have to send students to Singapore? What can my students learn from Singapore? All right. So we have actually evolved. All right. And if you look at Singapore, we are a very small country. The only flights out of Singapore are international flights. All right, so it's very natural. It's very natural for our students to actually travel. And we want them to travel abroad, because as the 1-minute video has articulated, that because of our size, we would need to connect. Connection is so important. And connection has to be driven by deeper levels of relationships, right? And that's why we promote that please go overseas, learn and understand the different places that you go through. As far as possible, stay a long time, go to unorthodox places, all right? Because that would change your view. Because if you get too comfortable in your own place, that's not good for us. So anyway, it's an evolution over 20 years that basically now when students come into NUS, or for that matter, any universities, the overseas experience is actually one important experience. And in fact, the government has also, in a way, encouraged us and encouraged us to try to send more students. So my target is to ensure that 100% of my students actually have some form of overseas experience. And for the bottom 15%, we are giving financial aid to these students to go overseas.
You are talking about change a mindset, to change the teaching methods, and but the world is changing around also, and also the workplaces and the industrial surrounding is changing a lot. This is needed more talented or more prepared workers, not just in Singapore, but all over Europe and all over the world, different knowledge, different skills, and so on, to adapt to this demanding, changing surrounding. And my question is about that. How does NUS support the lifelong learning needs of Singapore's workforce? During your lecture yesterday at the Budapest University of Technology and Economics, you mentioned that lifelong learning is extremely important. You told the students. And how does NUS support lifelong learning needs of the whole country?
Yeah, thank you for the question. This is a very important aspect. Not just for Singapore, I think for the world. We always come with the preconception that four-year university education could prepare you for life. But the truth is that no, it does not. Many of the students in our universities are going to live to 100 years old. They are going to work till 70 years old. All right? The moment they graduate till the time they retire, say at 70 years old, if they retire at 70 years old, it's easily 45 to 50 years. But if you look again to a point that I made earlier, the external environment has been changing very rapidly. So there is actually a constant need for our graduates to constantly gain new knowledge, to constantly upskill and reskill, right? And statistics have shown that you need, at least currently, you see people change jobs 10 times on average, all right, throughout their whole career. But this is going to be even more in the future. So what we are doing is that in 2018, we started with a commitment that we guarantee all our graduates a 20-year commitment. The moment you graduate, all right, we give you a 20-year commitment that you can come into any course that you want. So for instance, if I graduate with a law degree, and I come in and say, I want to take computer science, I will say, yes, you are eligible. You just try it, one module at a time, right? So that is the framework. But what we have done in the last 2 years is to introduce two new things. These two new things are to, one, actually allow the intellectual flexibility to be much broader, right? So we are looking at actually the need for our graduates to have a very broad intellectual foundation. And the broad intellectual foundation has to be strengthened by interdisciplinarity. All right? We don't want to teach subjects or according to the disciplines, like teach physics, mathematics, history as separate from one another. We actually want to teach a more integrated form of knowledge. So we teach, for instance, scientific inquiry. Instead of teaching physics, mathematics, biology, and chemistry separately. But we teach how these four disciplines come together. So if you look at our undergraduate curriculum now, it actually has a broad-based curriculum spanning 1.5 years, and the broad-based curriculum is entirely interdisciplinary. We feel that this is a very strong and important way to prepare the students with the learning capacity for life. And this is how we can actually enable lifelong learning.
Thanks. To sum up, what is the experience at NUS regarding cross-border education and academic mobility? How can cross-border education innovation strengthen the nation competitiveness?
Well, Singapore is actually one example, right? You'll find that Singapore, we are just too small to sustain our own internal economy. We only have a population of 5 million, all right? And a lot of success for Singapore is for us to connect to other parts of the world. And the open, the rule-based trade system allows and facilitates us. I see universities as talent generators. We produce the talents, all right, for the economy. And first, you have to get them in the right mindset that is important for them not to be locked down or to be siloed in one place, but to actually reach out and connect and to build deeper connections, because opportunities will arise with deeper connections.
I mentioned that you are also the member of Singapore's Future Economic Council. And could you tell us your opinion about what are the key challenges for the future of sustainable economic development in this century? So how do you see the world, for example, in the second part of this century?
Mm-hmm. Well, I see a more complex world plagued by geopolitical tensions, plagued by many other problems, climate change, sustainability challenges. And as part of the Future Economy Council, the role is to actually look forward and to see how Singapore can position ourselves for all these changes. And one key part, of course, like you mentioned, is sustainability. And we look at, for instance, 23 economic sectors within Singapore, which provides more than 90% of the jobs. And in each of these sectors, we work very closely with industry and academia to understand how we can actually better position human capital, all right, enhance them, reskill them, upskill them, new skills needed, all right, especially new skills on sustainability, finance, green finance, or what have you. We also think about how do we deepen the connections, all right, and even widen the network that we already have. And the third part would be on enterprise capability, enhancing them, as well as actually promoting enterprise within Singapore. And the last part is actually a part where universities will play a very important role. Research and innovation. How research and innovation can actually be brought to bear in each of the 23 sectors. So these are the things that we do in order to bring the whole country into the next phase of development.
Thank you for the conversation, Professor Tan. It was a very interesting contribution from your side, and I hope that we will meet in the near future. We talked about interdisciplinarity, and I mentioned to you a possible summer course, which would be very much interdisciplinary, and the approach would be interdisciplinary, and hope you will be back next summer if we organize together this summer course as a keynote speaker next summer. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, and thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dubezi. It was indeed a fascinating discussion about education and a great start to the panel. Now we are moving to the panel discussion, so let me welcome Mr. Gergely, Associate Professor and Head of the Department of Chinese Studies at Pázmány Péter Catholic University. His main research area is history of Chinese law and institutions, contemporary Chinese domestic and foreign politics, as well as international relations in East Asia. Mr. Chalet, welcome. It may be taken as an axiom that the deepening of educational, cultural, and social ties is essential for maintaining the continuous and fruitful development of the Eurasian region. Do you agree with this idea, and do you think educational and cultural exchanges could contribute to the development of the Eurasian region?
Well, that's not a real question for me, it's a rhetorical question. I'm a university professor and I spent my whole life teaching the culture, the language, the history of another great civilization, of another great culture. So this is natural for me that if you want to have cooperation with other people, with other countries, with other nations, you have to have people-to-people ties and understanding of the other, understanding how the other things is the foundation for all kind of cooperation, including politics, business, diplomacy, economics, whatever. So, of course, what you said was right, and maybe that's why I was asked to be the moderator of this panel. Can I welcome my guests?
Yes, you can. Thank you.
Sorry, I have some technical problems. We have a guest online who is Mrs. Tan Li, or Li Tan in the Chinese way. She's a professor of economics and deputy director of the Office of Global Partnership at Fudan University, which is one of the best universities in China. Besides research and teaching, Professor Li's administrative roles at Fudan University have brought her extensive experiences in initiating and managing international educational programs and cooperation. So welcome, Ms. Li.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
And our second guest, who's at present in person, is Mr. Seamus O'Tuma, if I pronounce it right. He is a chair of the ASEM Education and Research Hub for Lifelong Learning, a network for university cooperation between Asia and Europe, and the director of the Adult Continuing Education at the University College Cork. So he's an expert of lifelong learning, adult education. His research is focused on applying theories of respect, recognition, dignity, and rights in the field of adult education, while his other research interests include democracy and the social context of science and technology and the law. Welcome, Seamus. Please take a seat here. And our third panelist is Shin Jung-chul, or Jung-chul Shin, who's a professor of higher education at the Seoul National University. His research interests include higher education policy, knowledge and social development, but he is also active in more socially oriented works, such as consulting for developing countries, especially on higher education governance reforms, management and leadership development in collaboration with the Asian Development Bank. Welcome, JC, please take a seat. And my first question goes to all of you, which is maybe the billion-dollar questions. It is quite clear, it has been proven many times, that economic success is closely related to the educational system of a given country. And the education system, which is usually based on a good and successful educational reform in many countries, is a key driver behind economic development. And if you take a look at the success stories of the past decades, like Japan, or later Korea, or Singapore, or China, at present day, we all see that these countries all happened all had a very strong economic system based on a very strong educational system. Can you elaborate on your view of the key elements of a good educational system? What kind of education system can form the basis of a developing economy and of economic success? First of all, Ms. Lee.
Okay, thank you for the question. I think the most important thing about education is we want to make sure every student can develop the critical thinking, so they could be also innovative enough, okay, to make some progress. And another thing is sometimes education have to let students do something they don't want to do, but they have to do. So that's why, from my point of view, sometimes education will also make the student to be more self-disciplined to do something. So this is how I view that education can be quite important for the economic development.
Seamus?
Yeah, I suppose the first thing I would say is that we very often see learning as a part of education, and I think to begin with we need to see it the other way around. Education is a tool or a set of tools that help in the learning process, not the other way around. So I suppose we need to create, in any society that's to be successful, a model which encourages lifelong learning, as our previous speaker spoke about. That's critically important. And also the one message that I'm receiving from all the contributions for the last today and yesterday is around the necessity to be able to think in new and different ways. And I would call that cognitive flexibility. And in order for us to prosper, we have to conceive of the world in different and new ways. We have to be open to understanding what we thought were our problems in a completely different way. And I think that's the big challenge for us, because we see this as a period of uncertainty, and of course it is a period of uncertainty, but all time is a period of uncertainty.
JC?
Thank you. First of all, my sincere thanks to the host organizer for inviting this forum. Through my 2 days observation of this forum, I realized that we are emphasizing the innovation of knowledge, technology, and innovation of economy. And I would one more thing, innovation of way of thinking. Yesterday in the afternoon, we heard from Professor Jung about how to transform the global, the externality to internalize in consumer price. It was innovative thinking. I think education is about how to develop the capacity of the student through your schooling or through your higher education. So that I would emphasize education is about capacity building or capability building of individual student.
I think we have quite a lot of decision makers here. So my next question relates to the same topic. What kind of education policy can be helpful for building such an education system that you just talked about? Mr. Lee, so what the state can, my question is what the state can do to encourage the build-up of such an education system?
Okay, I think just because my work is a deputy director of the Office of International Cooperations, so you can see our university actually encourages students to go abroad. So then from my point of view, for example, we believe China in the future will be more open, and our students will participate not only in the domestic market, but also the global market. So in this sense, so definitely for students to be more open-minded, to be global literate will be very crucial. So then what government can do, definitely one policy that the government can do is try to promote the students to go abroad to study. So, for example, our government provided our students some scholarships to study abroad. So I think this definitely is one example for how the government policy can help, to improve the education and help to build a more competent, globally competitive talent for the future.
Seamus?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we need to be conscious that we're in a more reflexive period, and people increasingly understand themselves in a different kind of a way. So everybody creates their own sense of identity, their own sense of who they are and what they need to be. And we also talk a lot about putting the learner at the center of things. To me, these are critical things that we need to bear in mind. And I would say government needs to be a facilitator rather than a director. It needs to create systems that are flexible and open. We need to create systems where learners are more engaged in designing their learning paths rather than us coming with top-down models of learning. Because as everybody has been saying for the last 2 days, we're into a very dynamic, changing set of circumstances, and it would be foolish for us to think that we can come up with a single model that's going to solve all our problems.
JC?
Okay. I would like to share the education development in South Korea, because you are very much interested in this, our experience, because we made a rapid growth during the last 4 or 5 decades. I would highlight, first thing is about the incremental approach from elementary, secondary, to the higher education. And if you take a look at the statistics of student enrollment in elementary level, you will find that the enrollment growth at elementary level is 3 years ahead of the GDP growth in light economy, light industry. And then 3 years ahead of the heavy and chemical industry, we had rapidly increased secondary school enrollment. And also 3 or 4 years ahead of the high-tech and knowledge economy, we rapidly developed higher education and graduate education, so that something was happening between the education sector and the economic development sector. These are mainly handled by the state government, which is a little bit different from my colleague's argument. But in the developing stage, we need someone who coordinates economic development, knowledge, technology production, and industrial development. But if we are on some specific stage, on some developed stage, then we have some freedom. So in the case, the market or customer or student-driven reform might be work, and it will contribute a lot to the quality of education and quality of the research. So that it depends on which context are you in, I think.
We have talked about the education system, but in recent years, or maybe decades, one of the buzzwords in higher education, at least, was internationalization. Every university in the world is talking about internationalization. None of them is saying that, oh, I want international, I don't want to have foreign relations. Can you tell us why international relations are so important for good educational systems? Maybe Ms. Lee?
This is definitely a very good question. So, I mean, from my personal experience, so in my generation, actually, many students studied abroad, so like America. So actually, we benefited a lot from the education in America. So we Chinese students actually bring the technology from all over the world and back to our country to build our country. So international exchange for students will definitely help spread the technology among the whole human society, especially in the developing countries. So this is how the internationalization will not enable students like myself, have the foreign experience, but it will also enable us to equip with more advanced technology and to help to build the economy, to help to contribute to society. So this is how I always think how the internationalization is so important, okay, to build a better society. Yeah.
Seamus?
Yeah, I'm just reflect on the Delors report, and he had a number of pillars, and one of the pillars was learning to live together. If you think about the world now, we are all intermixing the whole time. We also have huge global level challenges, climate change being one of them, security, the pandemic, all of these things. And none of these problems can be solved by one country. Even a very big country like the United States or China, they can't solve these problems on their own. We all need to be working together. We all need to understand each other better. And I think through internationalization of the education system, we do get to know other cultures and other people and other ways of thinking, and learning how to collaborate and cooperate with people in different cultures and different backgrounds. And I think this is absolutely essential for the future of humanity.
JC?
Okay. Let's say if I join this conference through the online, my understanding, my learning might be much limited. But here, during last 2 days, I learned a lot from our speakers, and I learned a lot from my friends and colleagues. It's very wonderful to understand some new things, especially what is happening in Europe, especially in Central Europe, in Hungary. So that, let's say, if we want to develop in-depth our own understanding about other countries or new technology, we can learn it through the articles or books. But it provides some limited understanding about it, right? So you need to go there and learn from the person who are specialized on that specific technology or knowledge. In that case, you can internalize the knowledge and technology as yourself, as a part of yourself, right? And then you may come back to your own country, or you may fly to other country to work there. So internationalization is very critical for internalize new technology, new knowledge, new social culture, something like that. So it's one dimension. I would highlight another one. In the globalized society, understanding other people, other culture is very critical. You do some home-based internationalization. You can access some new ideas, new knowledge through the video or some SNS tools, but it provides very limited opportunity to make it internalize inside of you. So that I'd say that physical mobility, internationalization is a core part of learning process, I think.
I've been learning in higher education. I've been working in higher education for more than 20 years, and of course we talk a lot about internationalization as well, but it's not always very easy. Can you please name some of the hindrances, some of the problems, challenges that faces universities and other institutions if they want to internationalize? And can you give some advice how to overcome these problems? Maybe we start with Seamus this time.
I think we have to answer the question first, what do we mean by internationalization? And some universities see internationalization, unfortunately, in Europe as a way of making money.
Yeah.
So I don't think that's a very positive approach to it. I think if we're serious about internationalization, then the academics have to reflect an international context as well. So it's not just bringing students to Europe in this case, just bringing them for an experience in Europe. There are a lot of challenges. Let's be honest about that. But I think, and maybe this is the answer to one of the questions earlier, was maybe this is one of the areas where governments could be more supportive in terms of encouraging universities to engage externally. I was very impressed with the NUS idea, which was discussed earlier, where they have a very proactive policy of ensuring almost 100% engagement by their students in an international context. I think this is really, really important because, you know, for us to understand ourselves as much as to understand the rest of the world, I think it's necessary for us to engage globally. So I think, and the European Union has been very good in relation to things like the Erasmus program and so on, but I think we need to see a lot more of that to encourage academics to move and also for students to get an opportunity to move and engage internationally. JC?
Okay. I think one barrier is language barrier for the non-English speaking countries. For example, in Japan, they have a lot of international students inside of the Japanese universities, but not many Japanese universities want to go abroad to learn from other countries. That's a serious social problem in Japanese context. And let's say in the case of South Korea, I think we are a little bit better than Japanese universities because our students are a little bit aggressive to study abroad. Let me briefly introduce one policy designed by the Korean Ministry of Education. It was developed in the mid-2000. Then the project is called Study Korea. Because at that time, our outbound study abroad student number was about 100,000, but inbound was less than 50,000. So we were in trouble. Now, after the aggressive internationalization policy, we are much balanced right now between the outbound and inbound. In Hungary, you have 4 times more inbound students here, right? Which is a good thing.
Ms. Lee?
Yes. So in my university, okay, for our Chinese students, I found it's quite lucky because Chinese students actually always want to study abroad. So for example, before the pandemic, actually every year we have more than 4,000 students will study abroad. So we want to make sure, okay, every undergraduate students, they can study abroad for 1 semester or 1 year during the 4-year study in our university. So that's why we do not find it's a huge problem for promoting students to study abroad. And also, Fudan University is one of the best. So we also attract a lot of international students. So hopefully, after the pandemic, okay, everything will come back to order. So at this stage, I do not find, quite difficulty, okay, for us to let students study abroad. So, but another new trend for the internationalization of the study abroad is that so nowadays, okay, we can have the online courses. So I think the information technology will redefine the scope for foreign study. So during the pandemic, many of our students actually participated in the courses offered by our partner universities. I think after the pandemic, probably if more and more universities are willing to offer the virtual classrooms for international students, so I think probably in the near future, okay, every student in the college, so they can participate in a certain foreign exchange, okay, in the near future. So it will really help, okay, to benefit more students, okay, in China, a large developing economy, okay, to make them to have some international experience, at least okay, online. Yeah.
I think the case of Chinese students is especially interesting, not only because I'm a China expert, but also because the largest number of overseas students in the world are Chinese. We have many Chinese students in Hungary as well, even though we have quite a small educational system. But of course, every corner of the world has Chinese university students. Can you tell us something about the motivations, about the thinking of this millennial generation of young Chinese people? Why do they want to go to study abroad? Will they stay there or will they go back to China? And how can they contribute to the development of China?
Okay, so the Chinese millennia actually is totally a new generation. So they always regard themselves as the innovator of the China's future. So they believe in the near future, I mean, China will be more open. So they think study abroad will make them be more open-minded and globally literate. And they think it will really help them to be more competitive, okay, in the future, not only domestic market, but also global market. So this is one of the motivation for them to study abroad. But I also, met many students, okay, this group of students simply want to experience a different culture. So some of them will, study at the summer school in England and spend 1 semester in United States and 1 semester in Japan, etc. So this young generation want to have more enriched and colorful life. So this might also be a very important motivation for them to study abroad. Yeah.
Okay, we have talked about the education of young people, but as a president of the National University of Singapore, mentioned lifelong learning and adult education is also a very important element of the modern educational system. So now I turn to Seamus, who's an expert of adult continuing education. Can you explain us what this term means, like adult continuing education, and why is it important for the development of a country, and how can it contribute to the development of a country or of more than one countries?
Yeah, I suppose the term lifelong learning has become more central in the lexicon and the conversation now, which we have discussed in terms of people learning for their entire lives. Traditionally, I suppose, in certain parts of Europe and North America, there was a long tradition of adult education, which is slightly different in the sense that adult education, I suppose, is very much around placing the learner at the center of it and the learner driving the agenda and so on. I think just even in reference to the previous speaker talking about the millennials in China and needing to, I suppose, to expand their life experience. Intergenerational learning is also an important dimension of that, which is part of the lifelong learning experience. So it's important for us not to learn just in our own generation, in our own little space, but to engage with people across generations. And I think this is one of the great dimensions, I suppose, of the contemporary lifelong learning agenda, is that you have people from several generations learning together. We adopt a process which we call the symbiotic learning paradigm, and the idea of that is that the learner and the different stakeholders are engaged in a process of co-design of what we should be learning and so on. And at some levels, I think there are problems around ideas like learning outcomes. Learning outcomes are fine, but in a sense they're saying to somebody, you are destined to get to this point. And if you say that to somebody, if I say I want to go to Budapest, but you give me a map to go to Berlin, it's not much use to me. So I think this is one of the critical dimensions of lifelong learning and adult education, is that it opens up a more flexible approach, a more reflexive approach, and a sense that, and I mentioned this idea of cognitive flexibility earlier, it's really important to allow your population to be able to think and understand the world in different ways, and I think adult education is one of the really critical ways in which we can do that.
Can you tell us some examples of international cooperation, most of all Europe-Asia cooperation on the field of adult education?
Well, I can tell you about the ASAM Lifelong Learning Hub, I suppose, a little bit, without boring people too much. But I mean, the idea here is that it's a collaboration of 50 countries, the European Union and the ASEAN Secretariat. So the idea here is to build critical mass around research, policy, practice in adult education and lifelong learning along a range of different themes. So The themes include workplace learning, e-learning, around national policies, about the competencies of teachers. But also we have two new areas now, one which we call transitions. And transitions is around the idea of, you know, it's a bit like the contract, I suppose, that the NUS has with their graduates, that the idea that we see that learners will want to come in and out of education systems, formal education systems, informal education throughout their lives. And transitions around how do we facilitate that? How do we make this a possibility? And the sixth area which we're working in, which is a hugely important area for collaboration, is learning cities. And I suppose a critical aspect here is enabling learning from the grassroots up as well. And we have a lot of collaborations in all of these fields where people are working and learning together, because it's important for us, whether we're sitting here on the platform or down the audience or out there someplace in the community, to remember we are lifelong learners as well. We have to keep learning too. We have to keep imagining new ways to do what we do and new ways to think about what we do. So that's what the ASM Lifelong Learning Hub is essentially about.
Does China and Korea have any kind of tradition and institutional background for lifelong learning? Professor Lee?
Okay, so there's an old saying in China, as far as you live, you have to learn, okay? So it means you have to learn until the end of the life. So this is like an old saying. So I mean, at this moment, actually, we do not have a lot of institutions to design to the lifelong learning. So definitely we have universities for the retired people, so for senior citizens, but it's not like a definition for life learning for the job purpose, okay? So at this moment in China, actually, for life learning, so we have to provide incentives, okay, for people to have a lifelong learning attitude. So at this moment, actually Chinese society is highly competitive. Actually, students study too much in the schools. So that's why Chinese government have to intervene into the education system to eliminate all these kind of tutoring institutions in China, okay, in the previous year. So why the Chinese government to do so is they try to make sure the students will not hate, okay, learning, okay, in the future, because they have to learn too much. So they want them to have more relaxed lifestyle at this stage, and then they can build up some true desire for knowledge. So if you can build a true desire for knowledge, and then it will keep you to study for your whole life. So otherwise, you will not have this kind of passion for lifelong learning. So I think at this stage in China, so we focus on how to build the kids' passion for knowledge, okay, to let them fall in love with learning rather than start to hate the learning, okay? So that's all my opinion at this stage, yeah. I think South Korea probably have the similar problem faced by China at this moment, yeah.
Thank you. I would elaborate a little bit more from different perspective on lifelong learning. Let's say most of us are talking about lifelong learning is critical for skill development, competence development after their age approaches 30 or 40 or 50s. And then you will provide some kind of after service. But let's see. We conducted a survey to university students last year, and we conducted a survey to university professors 10 years ago. According to the survey from professors, what is the most critical competence for your college student in their whole life? And then most of them answered like this. Disciplinary knowledge is very critical for their own life. And then leadership. What do you think? And then someone answered to like this, kind of communication skill. But when we asked the same question to the student last year, and student answered like self-identity, self-integrity is the most critical thing for their own life, and communication skill. So, what's the major difference? I can see the huge gaps on their perception between generations. Professors, they are usually old generations, and students, they are young generation. We call them as millennials or G generation, right? Their perception, their understanding on society is totally different from senior generations. If we organize adult learning class in some university, and then if we ask young students learn together with the senior student there, and then I think it is fantastic chance to learn from each other. I believe that the younger generation, their social life is quite different from us. They are different spaces from us. So adult education or lifelong learning is one of the best channels to working together, communicate together with the younger generation, I think, as well as the skill development or competence development.
Yeah, I think just leading on a little from that, I completely agree the idea of intergenerational learning is really important. But I think it's also important for us to disengage ourselves completely from the idea that human capital is the only kind of capital. In our way of thinking, we would identify 5 types of capital that the learner needs to live a full part in society. And the first one we would call seed capital. So that's the basic ability to engage in the learning process. And for many people who have been excluded from or have had poor educational experiences early in life, their seed capital is very low, so we need to build that up. Identity capital is really important, and I mentioned this in terms of the whole idea of reflexivity, in terms of how people understand themselves and how they can become actors in their society. Cultural capital is really, really important, and I was impressed to see that this was very much mentioned in the opening section of this event. Social capital, and again, we don't mention this very often, but social capital is critically important in terms of giving people the links to create jobs and opportunities and a social life as well, and then human capital. But very often there's an overemphasis on human capital, and for some people, if you don't have the seed capital, then it's almost impossible to create the human capital. So we need to have a much more integrated way of looking at it. And again, I think we need to be less conscious about people's age. We seem to be obsessed with this. I was in Estonia a few years ago, and they were presenting figures for participation in education and so on. And then it stopped at 65. And I asked the question, I said, does everybody in Estonia die at 65? And they said, oh no. Well, I said, what happens at 65? And I think we just need to change our mindsets here a little bit and to understand that we all need to learn all of our lives. We are learning every single day in every single context, and we just need to open up our thinking around that as well.
You've been working with a lot of universities in Eurasia, in both European and Asian universities. Did you see any difference between the attitudes of the people towards learning and lifelong learning and the institutions? Is there any kind of cultural difference regarding adult education or lifelong learning?
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that there is a difference. But I think this is probably a long-standing cultural difference as well. For instance, in North and Western Europe, there's been a very long tradition of adult education, let's say, going back into the 19th century, and even further, in fact. So I suppose it's much easier to open that kind of a more holistic conversation in that context. But I think, as some of the other speakers have said, I think it's our challenge here is not to impose a kind of a Western-centric, Eurocentric view of the world in other parts of the world. It's for people in the different countries to understand what they need, what's needed in their society, and how can they create the capacity in their communities and their societies to create a more holistic understanding of what lifelong learning and education is. But I think the interaction is very, very fruitful between what we engage with in Asia and Europe, and I think that conversation is, there's a learning in that for both sides.
Okay, let's jump back to regular education and higher education. Professor Shin, you have been working with many Southeast Asian countries, taking part in their educational reforms. Can you tell us, maybe with some special examples, how developed country can help developing countries' economic development through their educational reforms and educational system?
Thank you. I have been involved in 2 international consulting projects. One is in South Asian higher education context. The other one is Southeast Asian context. In South Asian context, it is, they have historical tradition of the British higher education system, so that everything is about the market laissez-faire system. However, in Southeast Asian system, it is state control system. You see the totally different system. In South Asian system, I recognize that there is not much serious state level coordination system. So that it is different from the Southeast Asia system. In Southeast Asian system, some of the, for example, Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia, these countries have a strong French system and also strong Soviet Union education system, so that it is top-down style. According to the international consulting wisdom, the institutional autonomy is highly recommended, because if you are given the autonomy, you can work much better. You can perform much better than the state control system. But if I apply this type of approach in South Asia, it may not work, because the social system is totally different from the top-down system. So without considering the systemic difference, without considering social context of each system, let's say applying one-size-fits-all approach may or may not work. So I have to develop different policy recommendation for South Asia from recommendation to Southeast Asia. So we should be very flexible for that. So I would not say there's a golden way to reform higher education system across all the countries, but we need to study the context first, and then we might provide some relevant recommendation for education reform in each country.
Well, this is the Eurasia Forum in Budapest, and we should be talking about the development of Eurasia, of course, from an educational point of view. So let's take a look into the future. Do you have any idea what kind of professions, what kind of job, what kind of experts the development of Eurasia will need in the future, and how can our higher education systems meet the demands of the development of our countries? Maybe Miss Lee?
Yes. So, from my point of view, I think we really need someone who know both culture very well. So actually, I mean, nowadays we all know, I mean, China will be is a large economy, and China will continue to grow. Okay, we have this kind of confidence. So that's why, okay, actually we welcome more students from Europe to study in China, so to know China better, and then they can know Chinese culture. So probably this group of students will bring a lot of cooperative opportunities for China and Europe in the future. So I think this group of students actually are quite needed, okay, for the future development between these two continents, between China and Europe. Yeah.
Professor Shin?
Okay. I think mutual understanding is very critical for student mobility or for faculty mobility. So that if we want to expand in-depth collaboration with other universities or in other countries, then you have to work with them. You need to study them. You need to research about the country or their people, their culture. And without understanding of the collaboration partner, it is not easy to make in-depth collaboration between two sides. So that I would encourage you to let us make more chance to understand each other. Let me give you one example. Yesterday, a couple of days ago, the host organizer arranged to visit us to the music exhibition. From the music exhibition, I learned a lot about the Hungarian music and Hungarian history. And then I recognized that the Hungarian people, you have close relationship with the Kazakhstan, Mongolia, and then I was thinking, what? Mongolia is one of grand race. So Korean people, we belong to Mongolia. So that next time you may extend the linkage between Mongolia and Korea, and so that Korea, Mongolia, Kazakhstan, or Hungarian, maybe we can extend our own understanding. That will be, I think, a fundamental basis for mutual understanding and mutual collaboration in the future.
I see. Seamus?
Well, I think the one thing we know about the future is that we know nothing about the future. So, but I think it's safe to say that resilience is going to be a really big challenge for all of us. To be resilient in the face of all these huge challenges that are facing us. So in terms of the Eurasia challenge, that's going to be a big challenge. And I think rather than trying to, again, come up with a single fix, we can come up with mechanisms and tools that we can share that can be very, very useful in different contexts. And I can think of things like the European framework qualification system, for instance, is a very, very good idea. The ECTS are very good ideas. Things around recognition of prior learning and so on and so forth, micro-credentials. There's a lot of tools and ideas that we can share, and we can use them in different ways in the different contexts. But I think it's better for us to look at it like that rather than to trying to say, well, we have a panacea that will solve everybody's problems.
Well, you said that we didn't know much about the future. We can't know much about the future, but still my last question is related to the future. We are living in very difficult and interesting times. China is closed. The number of overseas Chinese students has dropped. Chinese scholarship programs have dropped. We have a war in Ukraine. We have an economic crisis, and we are just through a pandemic. So the world is changing very fast. Do you think that the education system and the international cooperation of the education system will go back to normal after some time, or we have to prepare for something brand new?
I mean, we don't ever think about going backwards. In 2019, we didn't say, let's go back to 2017. So let's forget about that. There's no going back to normal, because what is normal anyway? So we have to create now, and we have to create the future ourselves. And I think we can feel sorry for ourselves and say, you know, it's total chaos. But all peoples had to live through some levels of chaos in the past. So the challenge for us is to solve our problems together, rather than just feeling sorry for ourselves.
Professor Lee?
This is a tough question, but I agree that we should look forward rather than look backward. So our university are preparing for the future. So we actually prepare sending students abroad starting from this semester, and we started to accept international students back to our university. So I think probably in the next year, everything will come back to the previous stage, and we will further promote the exchange programs between our university and the rest of the world for sure. Okay, so we hope. Okay, we expect a better future. Okay, than before for sure. Yeah.
Thank you, JC.
Okay, nobody knows our future, but I would emphasize mutual trust and flexibility, openness. These are very critical for future development together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tanli. Thank you, Seamus Otum, and thank you, Mr. Shin. Our panel on education is over. I was very glad to be here, and I should thank the organizers, National Bank of Hungary, to invite us. Hopefully we can meet next year, and I think now we have to leave the floor because the closing ceremony is approaching, right?
Thank you, Mr. Chalet, for guiding us through our last session, and I also thank the participants for their valuable insights. By closing the last panel discussion, we reach the end of this year's conference. I hope you agree with me when I say we had a successful and rewarding 2 days. We had 48 speakers from 18 different countries who have guided us through the most topical and intriguing questions when it comes to finance, economy, geopolitics, infrastructure, technology, connectivity, and education. Despite the difficulties and the challenges of the pandemic, it is truly delightful that after 2 years of online conferences, we could finally welcome our guests here in beautiful Budapest. In the last 4 years, the Budapest Eurasia Forum has become an international platform where representatives of different segments of the economy and society can gather and join our forward-looking, innovative, and inclusive mission for the Eurasian cooperation. To close the forum's program, I would like to invite Mr. Mihály Patai, Deputy Governor of the Magyar Nemzeti Bank, to deliver some concluding thoughts about the past 2 days. Deputy Governor, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, each party has to end at some point of time, and our good party is getting close to the conclusion. At the outset, I would like to make a confession to you. My colleagues started to organize this meeting approximately last October, November, and in March they came with the first version of the program. It was already a very rich program, and I was hesitating whether in the new geopolitical circumstances we have to do that. And I was lucky that they are smarter than myself. Also, they simply convinced me with a very simple argument that the Eurasia concept is much more different than a tactical or a present problem. So it's a much more long-term and strategic issue. And they were right, and I am very happy that they were standing to their opinion. We have chosen sustainability and cooperation, and I don't want to wrap up the meeting, but I can admit that nobody was against sustainability and cooperation. That means that we had a very successful title, and the meeting was successful because everybody supported it. Actually, cooperation, my colleagues have checked it, in each panel, opening session and each the 6th panel, it was always an enhanced idea that cooperation and dialogue is very important for the Eurasia concept. For me personally, the Eurasia concept as a reality, as a project, is much more a family than a friendship. You know, in Hungary we have a saying that, do you know what is the difference between the family and the friendship? That you can choose your friends and you cannot choose your family. But still, you stick with your family because this is forever, practically, this relationship and connectedness is for you. And for me, this connectedness is important for the Eurasia concept. We didn't talk about this, but I want to remind everybody that we have issued in the Central Bank of Hungary, because of this forum, a commemorative medal. I hope that everybody got it. If somebody didn't get it, please ask your contact, because we wanted to make a souvenir for you, because the coin is practically forever. Also, after many, many Eurasia forums, we will remember this coin as well. So my last thing I have to do is to thank the 48 presentators. Thank you very much. It was really a heavyweight. You have to admit that it was chosen with a very special care, and the heavyweight sportsmen were asked to be here today, and it was, thank you very much for everybody, and especially for those who traveled far from to here, and thank you for everybody who were present in the last 2 days, and of course for the online colleagues as well. It was worth to do that. And I have to immediately report to you that I'm asking you, Marcel, and the colleagues, that from tomorrow we start the organization of the next Budapest Eurasia Forum. Also, no matter what tensions will be, what questions will be regarding green business or digitalization, we will do that, and we try to do it each year, and of course we are counting on your presence and on your contribution. So thank you very much for the organizers as well. It was very good, and I hope that I see you in the evening for the last glass of wine. And if to those who cannot participate this evening, then thank you, and all the best to everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Governor, for your excellent summary. We have reached the end of the Budapest Eurasia Forum 2022. Once again, I thank all our speakers and participants for sharing their great insights, and our audience for staying with us till the very end. If you missed any of the speeches, or you would like to rewatch our sessions, visit the Budapest Eurasia Forum website in the upcoming days, as all sessions will be available on demand soon. The website will also include further interesting facts and updates about the forum during the year ahead, so make sure to return regularly. I wish you all a great rest of the day. Please keep safe and healthy, and I hope we will meet again at the Budapest Eurasia Forum 2023. Thank you for your attention.